we at, chat? How we doing? How does that sound? 1 2 1 2 mic check. There we go. Appreciate y'all being here. It's happened. It's happened. All right, y'all. So the camera was a little bit off today. I didn't have my setup right. I had a conversation with FD, and I don't know why Zoom kind of distort things a little bit. Like it just switches some things up. That was surprising. I've never really had that with another. There we go. I don't even know what you would call that. I just never had that before in an online meeting. And let me adjust this real quick. All right. So that threw me off right now. I was adjusting some things in the background. I was supposed to stream at 9:30. I was having some issues with the thumbnail, and my dog was upset at me for not, being able to play with him earlier because of that. He's actually mad right now because he's not allowed in the room because he's like still pretty tired and he's panting. And I'm like, bro, I can't like concentrate. I can't hear myself think with the panting. So he's like literally right next to the door and I can hear him. But appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate y'all being here. As awkward as it is, the Patreon is up. The memberships on YouTube is up if y'all want to join. I'm still, getting comfortable with it and navigating and what have you. I just want to say that like I just appreciate the support, like hitting the like, subscribing, getting busy in the chat. Like that is more than enough, more than enough. But if y'all want to help out as this channel grows, I appreciate it. I've been trying to navigate things to where I could invest more time in this. If this is a project that you all fuck with and enjoy, then I got plenty of ideas. Just currently not enough time and too many bills. So, having those honest conversations with FD and somebody who's been in the game for a while and is older than me and is able to brush off the bullshit of imposter syndrome, of the awkwardness of, I tell you, like first generation, that mentality is a little bit different of like, because of the stigma of, the welfare queens or the anchor baby angle, like all that shit. Like I grew up on welfare. So because of things like that, like I hesitate to accept any form of overall help, but as well as anything that can be perceived as a handout. We're raised to be like, nah, you just got to work harder. You just got to work harder. Like all your problems will be resolved if you just work harder. So with that in mind, like I had to kind of bypass that a little bit and work through it and just be like, look, if y'all want to support, there it is. If not, we're still going to keep going. It's that simple. It's that simple. So I'll start adding perks and stuff to as things progress. Right now for the Patreon, it's mainly just, $2 if you want to pitch in and support, 5 if you want to join the Discord. I am hesitant with the Discord because of, we've already seen bad empanadas, like people threaten to like contact my exes and expose me for this and that. And it's like, homie, one, go for it. And two, like if you think I got game like that, if you think I'm pooling like that, then I appreciate the compliment, but we're operating completely different worlds if that's what you think I'm doing. I am, for all intents purposes, pretty antisocial if it's not related to, putting that aside and organizing to the best of my abilities. I'm fairly antisocial. It's not like that. So good luck, and I hope you get all the cheeseman because they're over you when they have short, polite answers. Yeah, so all love and respect to everybody. But yeah, so we got weirdos already on here, so I want to make sure that if they want to be creeps and stalkers, which lines up with Bad Empanadas like MO, then they got to pay up a little bit. In terms of the Patreon, like I said, $5 gets you in the door to the Discord, and then some extra perks and bonuses. I don't got much time, but I for sure want to do at least, one watch along a month. Let's knock out some documentaries. Let's just have some fun doing things that we really can't do on YouTube, like watching No Mas Bebes. We've seen clips of it, and the forced sterilization of Mexican women in the Los Angeles area. Let's watch La Operación. Again, the forced sterilization of Puerto Rican women. Like, let's watch documentaries that will challenge us and make us uncomfortable. I know Dr. Ball recommended something recently relating the Bastards of the Party, I think it was. I haven't seen that, so that'd be a great watch in terms of, I believe he said that it was like the gangs born out of, political struggle. So, yeah, I want to do cool stuff like that. Again, I can't promise too many things right now in terms of time. My time management, I'm stretched pretty thin. I've been working on the Grand Platinum video. I'm pretty happy with the intro for sure, but there's just so much bullshit being spewed by the white supremacist left that, and it's very, very, very repetitive. It's very repetitive. Like, you could tell they're in cahoots. You could tell that they're talking and working, behind the scenes with each other, because it's repetitive. They're pushing the same bullshit. So one of the issues that I'm having right now in terms of editing is, do I want to say like, all right, this is Cal Kalinske, this is the Vanguard, this is Sam Cedar, this is and Emma Viglin, this is Hassan Piker. Like, I just bit my tongue. Do I want to break it down like that? Because it's going to come off a little repetitive. Or do I want to just mash them together and break down the excuses and lies individually, not so much the characters? So I'm having a little bit of trouble with the narrative in that regard. Because if I do focus on the characters and the bullshit they're individually spewing, I think that'll make it better for, if I ever want to cut down those videos shorter. Whereas if I just focus on the overall lie, it'll be a little bit more difficult to break that down without looking like if I'm taking someone out of context. So just things like that, where I want to make sure that it's an enjoyable viewing experience, but also not get too indulgent in like perfectionism. Like, I'm learning, I'm still new to this. I haven't put out a video in 2 months, so I need to put out that work. But thank you for hearing me rant for the beginning of this. We're gonna have a lot of fun today, looking at some liberal shit, going over some interesting debate. I didn't want to put in the title. I should have put it in the title, but I'm not sure. We'll see if we got time. Sweeter than anything, I appreciate you. I understand your hesitation around it, but still, it's about time, bro. Look, I sincerely appreciate that mentality and that support. Like, it really does mean a lot, because, when, like, I'm not over here to sell out. I'm not over here to be anyone that I'm not. And again, having those conversations with FD really helped me realize, like, hey, like, what's gonna help you not sell out? Like, having the support of your viewers. And I'm like, oh yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense. I've never claimed to be the smartest person, and sometimes I overthink things that are kind of very simple and to the point. I overthink it because I always want to make sure that I am self-reflecting and that I'm holding myself to the same standards that I try to hold others. When I was just streaming like 2 hours randomly, like, I was like, hey, don't ask for people's money. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I was only doing this for 2 hours. Now it's like, we're doing 4-6 hour streams, and I am putting thought into this. I am working on edited stuff. I'm, still involved in my union organization. Like I mentioned before, I was low key about to join DSA, and because I seen them do the work on the ground over here in the LA area. So I was gonna swallow my pride and just, get involved with the party. Kwame Ture told us you need a party, but the issue is, every time I'm about to pull the trigger and join, some like bullshit happens. First, it was Zohran, like, just straight up aligning himself as Zionist, and they're celebrating that. Then it was him saying that he was going to keep Commissioner Jessica Tish on, we went over this. Her family has a biblical zoo in the Zionist entity. You know what I mean? So And then I'm like, all right, that's New York. That's New York, though. That's New York. We're over here, West Coast, baby. Separate it. And then they pull. Man. And low key, they don't want to talk about this because it like I mentioned before, I almost got blacklisted. My union president got an email essentially saying like, if you're gonna bring him around, you need to keep him in a tight leash. Essentially, what was being said in a professional manner. Manner. Why? Because I called out Kevin De Leon to his fucking face. That time I was the only one representing my union. I reached out to my people and said, hey, like, I did this because fuck anti-blackness, especially when it's, when there's brown washing occurring. And they're like, nah, you're good. Half our fucking union's black, bro. Like, what the fuck? What does that say about us? And thankfully, the second time that we had to get the time where we actually had to get physically separated, my union brothers were there, and they're big boys, so they just a fucking Mexican jumping bean, being carried away and shit. What about PSL? So I had gone to like PSL meetings prior to October 7th, so a few years before that, like 2-3 years before that. Again, good people and all that. I like doing my research, and that's kind of a problem. Shout out to Renee, Saturdays with Renee. Always do your research, deep dive into it. If you feel that you're being extra, good. Be a little bit more extra with it. And man, I bit my tongue. Brian Becker nominated or endorsed, excuse me, Roseanne. Like from the show, Roseanne. I didn't watch that show. I was more Malcolm in the Middle. He endorsed her as the PSL presidential candidate. Like, oh, that's who the PSL is going to endorse. We're not going to run our own candidate. And it's like, after that, like, you had to step down, bro. And there's a lot of other sketchy stuff, like, a lot of like grimy political, like inner party political shit of like covering up for abuse and things like that I'm not comfortable with. My hands are always publicly available for fucking races, y'all. Always. Y'all should already know that. No, but in all sincerity, like, I'm a bit of a hothead, and that's why I tell people like just walk away. Don't engage. And I'm mainly speaking to myself in those situations. But when I see somebody who's, trying to brownwash his anti-blackness and is getting fucking applause and a platform, and I know that he's doing it not because he cares about the working class, but because he wants to brownwash his anti-black racism, we got a fucking problem. But he's a hothead too, so I think we could have had a cordial conversation. But he decided to get a little too close for comfort. So I got closer because I'm pretty comfortable. And yeah, I mean, nothing happened, but it's just kind of like, we don't do enough. I definitely don't do enough. And so in those moments, like, you're ready to go, or you should be, and sometimes that's not good. That's not the smart thing to do. I'm not knocking the political mindset that some of these organizations have in order to, in their minds, gain power. I'm not knocking that aspect of it. I just want them to be truthful. If you're going to work with Kevin De Leon, be honest that you're comfortable with working with anti-black racists. Just be honest about that. And then look at the demographic of your organization. And that's all I'm asking for. Just to be honest and upfront. I like to know where I'm not welcome. I like to know where I'm not wanted. I like to know where we stand. And I think that's respectful and genuine and honest to everyone involved. So if you're going to email people, that's cool. That's your job. That's your prerogative. But then don't be smiling at me. It's that simple. It's that simple. Or at the very least, be like, hey, you know what? We appreciate if you didn't speak, or we appreciate it if you hung out in the bleachers or some shit like that. I don't know what to tell you. Anywho, I want to make sure that I don't get completely sucked into the online world, but at the same time, like, I do understand the fact that, bro, we need to combat this liberal propaganda that we're being force fed, that most people are being force fed for sure. All right. Yeah, 316. I mean, I seen clips, and I anything with John Goodman is good, man. Like, come on. But all right, let's get to it. I appreciate y'all for hearing me rant. I appreciate y'all for being here. If you haven't already, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We have the second channel, Deculturation Live, as well. If you want to go ahead and subscribe to that, that is where essentially most of the streams stay up. And I say most because you never know what's going to get taken down. And I'm not sure what I'm going to end up doing with this channel. We're at 449 subscribers there. So subscribe there if you haven't. Funny enough, we're like at 469 in the main channel over here. Where are we at? Where are we at? This is making me laugh right here. It's been like 4 or 5 away from like 400. And I'm like, good. Like, keep me hungry. Keep me hungry. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. So the Democrats did what the Democrats always do. The Democrats did what the Democrats always do, which is capitulate, play the fucking game, and normalize the power grab of the Republican Party, because at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose. In fact, when they lose, they gain support. In fact, when they lose, they're able to fundraise more. There is no incentive for the Democratic Party to actually fight back against Republicans. It's that simple. There is really no incentive for them to do that. And what's hilarious is watching liberals like Sam Cedar, Radloops, whatever they want to call themselves, try and rationalize, or in my opinion, pretend to not understand why the Democratic Party is doing this. So we're going to watch 2 videos of the Majority Report, and then one of our good friend, Dr. Jared Ball. We'll just watch a little bit of that because I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, and you should watch it on his channel. But there is a segment of that I think needs reminding, and he does a great job at honing in that collective impose, what's the word I'm looking for? Amnesia. The collective imposed amnesia of the Democratic Party's unwillingness to fight for the working class, to secure and guarantee protection for the benefit of the working class. Instead, what they do is that they normalize Republican plans, or if they do push actual quote unquote left leaning bills or programs, what they end up doing is making sure that they are vulnerable enough so that they could be ripped away. If that wasn't the case, we would still have all the great, wonderful things that the capitalist class were willing to capitulate on with FDR. But instead, things have been diminished, watered down, and pulled away from us back to the hands of the capitalist class. Because of people like Sam Cedar and their support of the Democratic Party, regardless of what they fucking do.
A U.S. Circuit Court, after having the case essentially remanded to them from the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote this order. She is responsible for the First Circuit Court. All of the judges have basically their own portfolio. The court looked at the question as to whether the Trump administration could be forced to release the funds they're holding. Remember, that's what they're doing. They're not forcing them to spend money that's not there. The USDA had a contingent fund, or contingency fund, I should say, in the event of an emergency, and having no funding for SNAP payments is an emergency. The Trump administration pulled that money offline, and a circuit court in Boston ruled last night that they needed to reinstate that funding. And with that funding flowing, with the results of an election less than a week ago, where Democrats ran the board, like, I am still looking for any election where Republicans, never mind outperformed, but didn't underperform in terms of like the partisan splits.
Just to be clear, I hate naming them by their titles, but whatever, you call somebody a senator or whatever, like Supreme Court Justice Brown, she was getting a lot of like heat from liberals, and sometimes it's weird to pick stuff up like that or to know what's going on with them when you're on the left, because I'm not saying we're more focused on the bigger picture or whatever, but sometimes we're not tapped into the sentiment of liberals, of centrists, just because of proximity. We just don't know what's going on with them sometimes. We know too much, if you ask me, of what's going on with them. But in this case, I didn't know that they were upset at Supreme Court Justice Brown for sending it back to the lower courts. And so I started looking into it. And the reason why she took that action was because she knew two things. One, that they were allegedly more liberal in the lower courts. And two, that they were going to get a quicker resolution. So I thought that was interesting that, you know, she's playing the game. Obviously, regardless of whatever their politics are, these are very intelligent people in these positions of power. So I thought that was cool. And it made me laugh that I'm like, wait, like if, like me being a leftist, fucking commie or whatever the fuck, right? The long answer is anywho, a decolonial anti-imperialist that's trying to root himself in scientific socialism. But if I can just look shit up and find out what her logic was, or what we can easily assume was her logic, why the fuck liberals were obsessed with this? There's this podcast called Congressional Dish, where it's literally this lady who just talks about Congress. That's all she does, is solely focus on Congress. And I used to listen to it, but it gets so fucking, everything's so performative, as we will see, that it's harder to stay up to date with all the episodes. And she has a great speaking voice, I think, for a center, slightly left of center, political like commentator. I think she does a fairly decent job. And I encourage people on the left that, like, hey, as painful as it can be, make yourself aware of, you know, if not the daily, the current topics going on in so-called like on the Hill. Because yes, it's all performative. Yes, we understand that it's capital. Yes, we understand that these people are not here to serve us. Yes, all that shit, absolutely. But if you want to talk to people who maybe aren't devoted to the Democratic Party, but at least are politically aware, and all you can do is talk to them about theory and not about what's going on with what they're watching on CNN, MSNBC, what, you know, what they're hearing on NPR, then you're going to sound a little bit out of touch. And so, again, I've always encouraged people to kind of tap in a little bit. I know it's obnoxious. I know it's annoying. I know it's like, for me, it's like watching wrestling, right? Like I'm watching wrestling. There's a storyline, there's characters. We all know it's a work. We all know that they're in the same fucking locker room, getting paid out by the same fucking people. We all understand that. But is there really what do you win when talking to a wrestling fan if you tell them, you know, this is fake, right? I don't think you win anything. If you engage with them a little bit, like, oh yeah, that was a cool performance. Wasn't that interesting how they did that? And then you ask, Why do you think they went with that storyline? Why do you think they made that decision? And then the fourth wall starts to break, right? The kayfabe goes away, and they're like, well, Vince McMahon, he's a petty guy, so I think the reason why they ended up switching the storyline to this is because, and then you tap into the reality of it all, the real politics of it, and then you can have an honest conversation. And we're gonna see how Sam Cedar's job is to keep the kayfabe going, to keep the illusion alive.
Have yet to find one. Now, I haven't been able to look at like every school board in every county that had an election, but I have not seen a single race where the Republican outperformed the numbers that they should have gotten. In many instances, they underperformed. The Democrats way outperformed. So we are literally after that ruling yesterday, the Democrats having peak leverage, like the most amount of leverage they could possibly have. And then, of course, they took that opportunity to cave. And to be fair,
always, it might sound like you're being hypercritical, but the main weapon of a liberal is language. That is their main weapon, because they can't actually provide material examples to support their arguments that aren't completely watered down and that we can't challenge for complacency, for compromising with the capitalist class. And the issue with compromising with them is that, and they don't like acknowledging this when it doesn't benefit them, when it doesn't suit them, is no, when you capitulate to the capitalist class, you're sacrificing human beings. That's what you're doing. They don't like to acknowledge it that way unless it suits their benefit. That gamer turned political commentator Hutch and a lot of liberals are arguing, well, and we'll hear this shortly from like the political class themselves. Well, people were hungry. People weren't getting their SNAP benefits. People are already hungry. Why are you only suddenly concerned about them when you need to use them as an excuse to support your capitalist genocidal party? And guess what? More people are going to suffer after the fact because of that capitulation. Because it's that slow erosion of the safety net, slow erosion of social programs. It's that slow erosion of the few things keeping us up, like alive. I'm fucking part of the working class. I grew up needing to survive off this shit. So for me, it's not like some abstraction, right? And it pains me because I understand the suffering intimately. Literally could not have survived without it. But to use that to weaponize the people suffering now that are, lining up for mere food, to use that as an excuse for why you have to sell them out further in the not so distant future. That is the problem with, the main problem with this political system is they weaponize our suffering to make us suffer more later on.
it's not all Democrats. Apparently, a lot of the Democratic senators are pissed about this. A lot of House members are pissed about this. But let's just start with a couple that are. One who's retiring. So inexplicable why she's doing this. Jean Shaheen from New Hampshire
Acknowledges that she's retiring, and he says it's inexplicable. No, the explanation is simple. She's retiring, so she doesn't have to worry about the political blowback of capitulating to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. It's not complicated. This is why I don't like covering this shit, because it's so fucking simple. She is retiring. So the simple explanation is, hey, we need enough Democrats to capitulate. You don't have to worry about getting reelected. Get your ass out there. It's fine if you're the villain. In fact, it'd be preferred if you're the face. You got Fetterman in there, so it's not going to work, but I'm sure they would have preferred that she be the face of this all. Because she's retiring. She's done. She's going to go into the private sector. She's going to do whatever the fuck to cash in. She doesn't have to worry about the political consequences of this. So she's actually perfect. She's the perfect person for this. It's not inexplicable. It's the most logical thing, in fact, of all this.
I'm sure. She's not running for re-election. Here she is responding to colleagues who say this isn't a fight, this is a capitulation.
Racer, short-term pain for long-term pain. And okay, that's the thing too. Government shuts down. People are suffering. You capitulate for nothing but empty promises to stop people from suffering. Well, in that case, why didn't you just capitulate from the start? So the Democratic Party aided the Republicans in making people suffer unnecessarily for no political gain. None whatsoever. Great, beautiful, wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah. You say you're fighting on the Affordable Care Act. What do you say to your colleagues who say this isn't a fight, this is a capitulation? You're putting together, you're agreeing to a vote on a bill that it almost certainly will not become law, and you're allowing that to happen.
Pause it for a second. Let me just make clear what they did get here. Pause it for 1 second. And then we'll just go back and start it again. And just to be clear, the big thing they got in the bill was a promise from the Republicans, the most upstanding people. I mean, if you ever want a promise, the best place to start is with the Republican leadership, because you can trust them. In exchange for a continuing resolution through January 30th, so that I guess presumably Trump's able to, I mean, everybody's able to go away on Christmas vacation. Trump's still able to crank up the authoritarian machine that he wants to unleash on American cities, probably in February or March. This bill fully funds SNAP.
Sorry, ICE has been getting paid throughout the whole government shutdown. So that's been on the fucking table.
This bill fully funds SNAP, which of course we now know 12 hours ago was fully funded. It reverses Trump's illegal reduction in force proclamations, which of course were illegal anyways. And it promises a vote on ACA subsidies by the second week of December, when hopefully Chuck Schumer's thinking, who's going to be paying attention? And the Democrats get to write the bill. And I will bet you every dollar in those subsidies, the bill will not pass. They know it won't pass.
No shit.
And
no shit.
That's it. That's what they get. So all of this, and it supposedly will pay everybody who's deserving of pay, which is already law anyways. And so if the Democrats were afraid that Trump wasn't going to follow this law, I don't know why they would follow this law. All right, we continue.
How do you continue to parade yourself for this party? That's my question to Sam Cedar. How he's been doing this for 2 decades. The Democrat Party has been running the same fucking game for longer than that. How, like, is the paycheck that big, bro? Is the paycheck that big to where you're trying to feign, disdain, shock, repulsion of their actions when this is what they always fucking do, and you don't even have the common decency to acknowledge the truth of the matter? Like, you still are playing this character that's saying, why would they do this? These are empty promises. Why would they capitulate for this when we have the power? Right now, it's a blue wave. What are we doing? Come on, guys. Let's teamwork. You know what we need to do is we need to vote for people to replace Chuck Schumer. We need to vote for people that are in the Democratic Party that care for us, that will actually fight for us. In other words, we have to vote harder for the Democratic Party. That's their solution to the Democratic Party problem.
You're fighting on the Affordable Care Act. What do you say to your colleagues who say this isn't a fight, this is a capitulation? You're agreeing to a vote on a bill that it almost certainly will not become law, and you're allowing that to happen.
Well, first of all, as long as the government shut down, the clear statement from Senator Thune and the Republican majority, and they control the Senate, the House, the White House, was we will not talk about health care with you. So there was no vote that we were going to get on the Affordable Care Act, premium tax credits. We have a guaranteed vote by a guaranteed date on a bill that we will write. Not that the Republicans will write, although I do think it's important for us to engage with them because we need a bipartisan bill that we know is going to get.
Even then, even in their fake fucking promise that they got to write the bill, even then the Democrats like, but we're going to include the Republicans. It's not going to pass. Doesn't matter what Republican you get to work on that with you. Not going to pass. But even then, when you supposedly get this guarantee that you will be able to write this bill, that won't pass. Even then, even in their fucking imagination, even in this fairy tale world, even then they capitulate further and they're like, but don't worry, even though we have the right to write the bill ourselves completely, we're going to include Republicans. Love it. Love it.
Get enacted to provide the relief that Americans need. And I think there's a commitment on the part of many of our colleagues to do that.
But there's no guarantee this will become law.
There was never a guarantee that it would become law.
Well, right. There was no guarantee it would be law. There was never a guarantee it would be law unless you said the thing you want us to vote with you to open the government, we get something that we ostensibly want, which is the ACA premium extensions. Now, to be clear, the real reason why you shut this down is to get a promise that Trump's not going to continue to break the law and rescind money or pocket rescind money or failure to appropriate, and none of that's there. So we're basically exactly where we were 40 some odd days ago, but with the promise of a vote that won't pass.
No, motherfucker. Not just with the promise of a vote that won't pass. People suffered unnecessarily for those 42 days. All for Democrats to pretend that they were going to fight. For 42 days, people suffered. And now 100%, you can make the argument, well, Donald Trump this, the Republican Party that, sure. But if the Democratic Party was going to capitulate regardless, didn't bother to gain anything for the people to protect them, nothing at all. It was 100% on the fucking Democrats. I don't care what people say. 100% on them. Those 42 days are 100% on the Democratic Party because it was just for show. They got nothing out of it. Racer, honestly, that's true because they literally wasted everybody's time. They literally could have folded from the start instead of waiting 42 days. But again, it's a fucking performance. We're forced to live through their fucking horrendous performance pieces. We're a captured fucking audience is what we are.
So refreshing for some bipartisan.
And if the argument is, well, look, that's going to help the Democrats. Well, the Democrats were already winning this shutdown fight. Here's Angus King.
That's the problem. They were fucking winning. That's the issue. They appear to be competent. They were going to be put in a situation where they were going to have the numbers and the ability to actually fight back and get shit done. They can't have that.
Granted, not a Democrat, votes with the Democrats, certainly part of this group. In fact, he and Shaheen supposedly led it. Here he is explaining, look, we can't win, so we should definitely prematurely surrender.
Well, Joe, you have to go back to what the strategy was at the beginning of the shutdown. There were two goals, both of which I support. One was standing up to Donald Trump. The other was getting some resolution on the ACA premium tax credit issue. The problem was the shutdown wasn't accomplishing either goals, and there was practically, well, there was zero likelihood that it was going to. In terms of standing up to Donald Trump, the shutdown actually gave him more power, Exhibit A being what he's done with SNAP.
Pause it. Exhibit A, he's talking about this Monday morning, Sunday night. Exhibit A was actually reversed by a federal court under the auspices of an order from the Supreme Court. And so Exhibit A is not, it should not even be admissible at this point. It doesn't exist. And on top of which, if Trump's going to break the law in one instance, why won't he break the law in another instance? You've given up all your leverage.
Not just that. Not just that. It's Republican voters don't give a fuck if Donald Trump breaks the law. In fact, they love it. They love it. They want a king. But if he's breaking the law to prevent them from getting their fucking snap, that's a different conversation. See, these fucking settlers only are concerned about their own well-being. And even then, they're more racist than their self-preservation is here and their racism is up here. Their transphobia is up here, right? So even then, they're willing to sacrifice a lot of themselves, things that would benefit them, in order to feel superior as white individuals, as a white collective. True. But when it's that upfront and that apparent and that abhorrent, even they can't ignore it. And the Democratic Party had the opportunity to put Trump in this situation where, are you going to break the law, not just for your self-benefit, which your cult does not mind, but to literally prevent people from getting their SNAP benefits? And we know that white people, Euro Americans, are the ones that benefit most from these social programs. But they're not all right. I'm still technically like I got to behave a little bit here.
Exhibit A being what he's done with SNAP and SNAP benefits across the country. Oh, by the way, Joe, you're going to love this. Guess who's getting paid during the shutdown? Not the park rangers or air traffic controllers, the ICE agents. Under special law, under that big awful bill that they passed last summer, the ICE agents are being paid. Nobody else is. So standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. It actually gave him more power. Well, Joe, it
didn't give him more power. That legislation that passed, because you passed the last continuing resolution, made it possible. Does anybody think the big, beautiful bill would have been on track if they had to deal with the government shutdown in March? And you know what? You just gave up the platform to tell people that ICE is being funded. Just astonishing. Hard to know what kind of decrepit thinking is involved in this. And in a moment, we're going to be talking to Rebecca.
Hard to know what type of thinking, decrepit thinking. Hard to know what kind of decrepit thinking. It's not fucking hard, bro. Why? Okay, part of this. I'm so frustrated. I hate watching this shit. Part of this propaganda, part of this liberal propaganda is meant to confirm some of the liberal sentiments that their audience have, some of their frustration. So their audience of over 1 million subscribers at the Majority Report are frustrated about this. Like, why would the Democratic Party do this? When we just had a lot of blue victories, when people are realizing that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are willing to pull away SNAP benefits from hardworking class people at the edge of poverty, if not completely in it. Why would they capitulate now? This doesn't make any sense. 42 days in. Why? And when there's a possibility, a glimmer of hope of sparking that class consciousness, liberal propagandists like Sam Cedar have to come in and say, it's decrepit thinking. Oh, it's just these old fucking politicians. We need new, younger Democrats in there. Oh, okay. It's not a class. It's not class allegiance. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. We just need to vote for Democrats harder. That's the answer. So you prevent the class consciousness from being sparked. That is the job, that is the role of a liberal propagandist, is to prevent people from piercing that veil, to keep the illusion alive of, oh, it's just these Democrats. They're old. They're bought out by AIPAC, this and that. They're out of touch. We need younger, more savvy, aware of what's going on with politics today. We need those young people. We need more Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. We need more Zohran Mamdani. We need more of those political figures, and things will get better. Never mind how they capitulate and participate in the democratic machine. Never mind how they maintain status quo and don't challenge it. Never mind how they normalize Zionism. Never mind all that. Never mind that in 20 years, they're going to be the same fucking people that we're pretending not to understand today. That we don't know their incentives, their goals, their objectives. I wonder why the Democrat that's retiring is capitulating to Donald Trump. I can't imagine why. She doesn't give a fuck about her political career moving forward. They're tapping her in to be like, hey, you're done. You're not playing the game anymore. Go out on an L. Nobody gives a fuck. It's not going to prevent you from being hired in the private sector.
Rebecca Traister about that very thing. But here is Chuck Schumer. And let me just read this reporting from the American Prospect. I've got to go through Ezra Klein saying why the Democrats doing this. I'm going to go through Zateo. I got to go through every single observer of politics piece saying why are Democrats doing this. This one's from Robert Kuttner. My reporting finds that at the Thursday meeting of the Senate Democratic Caucus, 2 days after the election, that would have been last Thursday, Democrats nearly capitulated once again. Here's what occurred. It's been widely assumed that the group of 8 mostly centrist Senate Democrats who have been looking to broker a hollow deal on the Republican terms were freelancing. In fact, they were acting with the express approval of Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and were reporting to him daily. At Thursday's meeting, they told their caucus colleagues they now had 10 votes to reopen the government. There was a mutiny. Much of the rest of the caucus went ballistic, and some of the supposed 10 said that, in fact, they were not willing to vote for such a deal. That must have been Ossoff from Georgia is one of them, and maybe the other one was Chuck Schumer. The leaders of the proposed Democratic cave-in both then backed down. That would have been Hassan Shaheen and Catherine Cortez Masto. Chuck Schumer, if not orchestrated it, midwifed it, and gave him the ability, because he's so terrified of a primary, to cut this 15-second video.
So we get leaked information, and all this leaked information is part of the performance. When you're watching wrestling, and I hate this comparison because Chris Head just makes it in the Illusion of the Empire, or Empire of Illusion, excuse me. But when you get like those back room shots, or they're supposed to be candid, and somehow they're perfectly microphoned, somehow you can perfectly hear everything they're saying. Somehow they don't notice the cameras, and you see the wrestlers arguing in the back or plotting or what have you. And it's supposed to be like an intimate moment when they don't realize the camera's there. And then the whole stadium, the whole crowd is eavesdropping into this very real, very genuine, very organic moment. And we're like, oh shit. Oh wow, this is happening behind the scenes. And then we all had to pretend that those individuals aren't aware of the cameras, weren't mic'd up, all this shit like that. So all these leaks that you hear, they're put out on purpose. It's not by accident, right? It's meant to either normalize what's about to happen. It's meant to like soft launch something. It's meant to vilify certain individuals because that's the role that they've agreed to be a part of. It's meant for the performance piece. It's a collective involvement. The backroom leaked bullshit is part of the fucking show. And so they get this and they're appalled. They're like, can you believe it? Can you believe somebody leaked this? And my goodness, they've been plotting this for a week, this and that. No, they've been plotting for that even longer. They're just telling you that it's been for a week. And this isn't some conspiracy like bullshit stuff. It's like, they're leaking this stuff with approval, because if they weren't, motherfuckers' heads would be rolling. Careers would be ended if people are leaking actual conversations that should not be leaked.
For months and months, Democrats have been fighting to get the Senate to address the healthcare crisis. This bill does nothing to ensure that crisis is addressed. I am voting no, and I will keep fighting.
I'm ready to run through a brick wall for him.
I'll tell you something. That is very inspiring. And he really, like, how did this happen? Like, is he mad at the leadership of the Senate? How could the Senate leadership allow this to happen? He's thinking. And then that's when they had to cut. That's why it's only 15 seconds, because the next thought was like, and the leader of this, oh, wait. Let's cut. Can we just do 15 seconds? Do we need to do the whole thing?
The cut was 7 seconds in.
Well, that cut, I think, is like one of those jump cuts to make it look like he's stronger. I don't think, I think.
They start obsessing over like the dumbest fucking shit. So reveal that's anti-Semitic.
In the attempt,
One last clip. I'm sorry I'm putting you through this, especially at the beginning. I know we normally don't do this. But I think it's important. I think it's important, again, like to combat liberal propaganda, the normalization of the show, to break kayfabe, to tap in and be like, hey, this individual's like part of the act. Sam Cedar is part of the act. That is his role, right? He failed in Hollywood. But he's still performing. He's very much still performing.
to justify their caving, 6 of the 8 Democrats in the Senate who voted to cave at the height of their leverage, understand. I don't know what donors it is that they needed to help. I don't know if they were doing solids for other Democratic senators who wanted to cave, but it was at the height of the leverage. In other words, where the leverage was at its height. I don't know how to articulate that anymore. Like, this was not just a cave. It was an epic cave. In fact, it's not a cave, because a cave implies like the weight of something just became too much and it collapsed. This was literally like going into a cave that is pretty sturdy and then blowing it up, because there was never a moment in the course of the shutdown where Democrats were in a better position. Donald Trump had his lowest approval rating.
This explanation, bro.
Not of the month.
The explanation is not wrong, as annoying as he sounds. Not wrong. As desperate as he's trying to be funny. Not wrong. The conclusion. Oh my goodness, the conclusion.
Not of the year, not of the term, his lowest approval rating. Republicans blamed for the shutdown.
Sort of like punting in the red zone for our football fans.
Yes, you're at the 20-yard line and you're like, should we take a field goal? No, actually.
We need more fucking pointless examples to not say that the Democratic Party is aligned with capital. It's the funders. It's not capitalism. It's the funders. We just got to take money out of politics and everything will be fine. Some Cenk Uygur bullshit. All this fucking like build up to pretend that you're just like, isn't it ridiculous that they're doing this? That's why we need to vote for Democrats harder. So we have better Democrats. Not like these Democrats, but better Democrats. That's what we fucking need. I know I sound repetitive, but god damn, it's like so.
Actually, let's punt.
And it's first down.
They'll have really, really bad field position. Unless, of course, we punt it into the end zone, in which case they'll actually be a yard ahead of us where we are now. Here's Bernie Sanders addressing Angus King's attempt to argue yesterday that the 2 points of the shutdown were to get the ACA subsidy extensions and to deal with Donald Trump to inhibit his power. And he said, we didn't do either.
Your fellow independent from New England, Senator Angus King, was asked this morning to respond to your criticisms of the Democrats who voted yes last night. He said his response was, what's your strategy, man? And, quote, standing up to Donald Trump didn't work.
Well, maybe Angus didn't notice the elections on Tuesday. I thought that they worked pretty well. Maybe Angus is not noticing the polling, which shows that correctly people understand that Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the House. They are holding Republicans accountable. And you got to stand firm. This is tough stuff. And Angus is right. A lot of people are hurting. Nobody feels good about this. Nobody feels good about federal employees not getting a paycheck. But we are winning, in my view. I think the Republicans are on the defensive. And in my view, it was the vote that Angus cast was the wrong vote.
All right.
Okay. There's no other, like, what does standing up to Donald Trump working look like if it doesn't look like the biggest Democratic win you could have possibly had last Tuesday? The biggest. It couldn't have been better. Nobody can point to a single race that the Democrats lost that they should have won. Nobody can even point to a single race that the Republicans were sort of favored and won. The polling's all on the side. The question is, why did they do it? I have an idea, but here's
Why? Still asking this 20 fucking years into his political commentator career. 20 fucking years. Still pretending why, oh, I have a good idea about this. Oh, I think I finally, 20 years in, I might have a hold on this. Just maybe, just perhaps. Fuck it, we'll cover it today. Consciously had a debate with CJ. Thank y'all for letting me know who CJ was. I'm not really on TikTok like that. And it's the performance of it all. And so, yeah, I think after this, we'll watch that CJ and Consciously debate. Shout out to CJ. I think he's like 19 or 20. And it's like, bro, like at that age, I was just, I knew some of this stuff in terms of like I was reading. I was doing some reading. I was not organizing. I was wasting my time doing unproductive activities. Let's put it that way. Yeah, because I think today's narrative, unbeknownst to me until this very moment, is the performance. The actors. That's what it is. The thespians, the liberal thespians. That's what we're here to cover today. We're doing some fucking actors on actors bullshit, or no, not actors on actors. That's a great fucking, I recommend it. We're doing in the actor studios, in the liberal propaganda studios. That's what we're doing. I need my note cards.
Bernie Sanders on Brian Tyler Cohen.
Even if by some miracle you got 60 votes, where do you think that amendment would go? Nowhere.
Right.
Speaker Johnson has made it very clear that he's not going to entertain it. Trump would never cite it. So it is an empty gesture, and that bothers me. It bothers me that people want to raise false hopes. Oh, we're going to bring forth an amendment. That amendment ain't going to go anyplace. Period. End of discussion.
Just to make it clear, he's talking about the concession that was extracted from Republicans, a vote in the Senate on maintaining the ACA subsidies. A, it's destined to lose in the Senate. B, even if it won in the Senate, it's not going to be voted on in the House. And as we know from those little cartoons when we were kids, it's got to be passed both in the House and the Senate to actually get signed into law, assuming that Donald Trump would sign it into law, which of course he's not going to. Why did they do this? I think the biggest reason is if you look at these Senate Democrats that voted for this, they either did it on behalf of other people or themselves. This was to protect the filibuster.
Even this narrative that they're doing it for other people. Yes, I'm sure they do favors for each other all the time. Why would that matter? Doesn't that make it worse? Doesn't that make supporting the Democratic Party worse? Doesn't that make your position of supporting this party worse? Because here's the issue. Let's say they were voting on behalf of somebody else. Let's say they owe them a favor. People whose seats might be at a greater risk, people who have already played the villain one too many times, yada, yada, whatever the fuck. I'm getting frustrated. I'm sorry. But I promise a Consciously CJ debate's going to be a lot of fucking fun. So let's just say all that. Let's grant him all this fucking narrative of his. Let's grant him that. Doesn't that mean that there's even more Democrats than this bunch who are willing to capitulate for one reason or another, either for doing a favor for a fellow colleague or for their own self-interest? Doesn't that mean that we're essentially dealing with twice the amount of Democrats that are willing to capitulate for nothing after making people suffer needlessly for 40-something days? Doesn't that make your situation even fucking worse for supporting the Democratic Party? Doesn't this destroy your narrative of we could change this party from within? That we could infiltrate it? That we just have to vote for them harder? Because now you're not just talking about a handful of people. Now you're talking at least twice the amount that we're aware of. At least twice the amount of characters that were being pushed on today's fucking episode. It's like they say shit and they're not aware of the implications of what they're actually saying because they think they're making a point. What they truly are doing is revealing the circus of it all, the performance of it all. Potentially twice as many Democrats are willing to capitulate for nothing. That is a narrative that you're suggesting by proposing that, doing fucking favors for them. Even in your mind, when you try to rationalize this shit without addressing capitalism, as boring, as mundane, as repetitive as that gets, even in your mind, the Democratic Party is not salvageable. So let's hear about the filibuster, though. So you can pretend that your audience is being tapped into something unique. It was being given analysis that they can not hear anywhere else.
Because the Republicans had two choices. They were either A, this is if the Democrats held out. They would either A, capitulate to the Democrats, extend the Obamacare subsidies, which they probably wanted to do, but...
Dom. No fucking spoilers, Dom. Come on.
These people are so deranged that even just the idea that they would lose to the Democrats is enough to say that even if the losing to Democrats means that we actually help our constituents and help us electorally because the constituents are not as upset, they still won't do that because this is an authoritarian regime. And you can never, ever let your opponents win anything, get any type of win. We saw it. We saw when Trump said, don't let Biden get a win. Don't do anything bipartisan. They understand this dynamic. So if they weren't going to concede to the Democrats, they had one other option where they literally could just pass whatever they wanted to. They've done this on 3 occasions already, just this year. And that is suspend or get rid of the filibuster. The filibuster is not a law. The 60-vote threshold is not a law. It is a tradition in the Senate, essentially. And they could easily just say, we're going to have a vote to change the rules. The parliamentarian says, you can't really do that. And then John Thune says, hey, remember when we changed the way that we were going to account for the budget in the big, beautiful bill? Forever, we have always said, if something's going to expire, let's say these tax cuts are going to expire, when we account for the cost of the bill that follows it, we use an accounting method where we basically say, okay, the tax cuts are going to expire. We're going to assume they're going to go back up to where they were because the tax cuts expire. And if we cut from there, that's going to cost the government something.
Yes, I do. I'm not going to give you any fucking advice. I don't follow myself. Why do you think I'm so frustrated and like about to join the DSA? I seen somebody said that there's like an Afro something like DSA like chapter or segment or branch. I don't know what the fuck. It's like homie, I'm in the LA area. Like it's not like our DSA is like out here completely fucking white. They're white, but you know, there's some variety of melanin in there. Don't get me wrong. Like I know, I understand that I know that, but my question is the larger DSA project. That is my concern. And I know we're not going to find a perfect party. I know that none of these parties, PSL included, DSA, Green Party, are not like vanguard parties. But I also don't like I don't like just talking on the mic. I don't. It's annoying, it's frustrating, and the union work is cool. I like it, I appreciate it, the opportunities, the lessons I'm learning, and to be tapped into local politics is fun. But it's also not, well, no, we endorse people, so there's that political aspect of it. But it's union organizing, not like on the ground organizing. I'm not trying to be a hipster fucking about it and just join another fucking org that has like barely a handful of people. Okay. LA Tenants Union. Yeah, I mean that would be something. At least I'm gonna feel like I'm working towards some. Like, look, I don't know. Like, I need to feel like I'm working towards something. I need to feel like I'm working towards something, or I get like just really unhappy. The same way that I need to like be physically active, and my preferred choice of activity is not the weight room, is not running, it's training martial arts. I need that. I need that. Like physically, mentally, I need it. And like organizing and going to meetings and you know, voting on an agenda and a goal and all that shit. Like I need that too. I need that structure in my life in order to feel that I'm not just wasting away. And if you don't have that feeling, like cool, like I envy you, but I have that and I need to be part of something, a larger project, and I want to fight for some shit. And I'm very practical when it comes to that. Like I'm not over here saying like, oh, I'm trying to like fucking get busy, right? Like no, I'm practical where I'm like, all right, like I also want to be in these environments so I can learn how the process works. I could be a better comrade. I could hopefully be educated by people that are from a similar background who understand like coming up from the fucking the trenches and to be inspired. A lot of, you know, my revolutionary optimism comes from meeting those people. And they're all so different and unique. And they're all just trying to not just improve their lives and their for themselves and their family members, which is more than enough. But they're also trying to improve the lives of the people around them, their coworkers, their neighbors, their friends, their colleagues, their all that shit. And I admire those people and I want to be around those people. And whatever political disagreements, like whatever's going up here that we may disagree on, I want to be around people that have this. That lead with their heart at the same pace as they lead with their mind, that care, that are concerned, that know that sometimes the fight feels futile, that these bureaucratic political methods aren't going to give us what we deserve as a working class, as colonized people, but might help somebody just a little bit more. And so I am very practical, believe it or not. But it's my practicality, my willingness to engage with the bureaucratic practical work that radicalizes me, because I know that we need to do more than this, because this is insufficient. Whatever we're gaining and helping and aiding people with our compromises, with playing the game, requires the sacrifice and normalization of the abandonment of so many more, of countless more. That is why, you know, I believe in revolutionary politics, in revolutionary movements, and the necessity for them, because I'm sick and tired of normalizing, sacrificing so many, because it becomes a numbers game, right? Well, you sacrifice as people, so that's progress, that's good, right? No, I am selfish. I am fucking, if you want to call me naive, childlike, whatever the fuck, I don't think we should be sacrificing anyone. Because what happens when you're the one being sacrificed? What happens when you're the one being sacrificed, when it's your fucking family being thrown to the wayside, ignored, silenced? What happens when your fucking cries are no longer listened to? Because that's what we do when we compromise with these fucking people. We normalize hearing someone crying for help, for hunger, for aid, for medicine. We normalize that shit. One thing that I'm struggling with right now, and I see that glaring hole in my mind, in my heart, I don't know, is, you know, when it comes to disability and how we normalize and stigmatize the disabled, and the kind of the social conditioning of eugenics recently. And I don't know why, I can't tell you what it is. Like recently that's been on my mind, like heavy. Maybe because that's the first people that these white supremacists truly go after. You know, when you start studying like Nazi Germany, the fucking poem of first it came for the socialists or whatever the fuck. No, first it came for the handicapped. First it came for the disabled. First it came for those who are viewed by society as a burden, as abnormalities. That's who they come for. Because seemingly we're all okay with them being removed. And I'm like, why have I neglected this aspect? Why have I been so comfortable with it when I know, I'm aware of this, I have that knowledge? Why am I not being a better comrade, a better, ally? And what does that say about me and how comfortable I am? And I'm telling you, when I when I'm saying I try my best to self-reflect a lot, and sometimes it's very you could get into the realm of being a little bit of a narcissist by like thinking too much of yourself and what you're doing and what role you're playing, like some great man fucking theory bullshit. Nah, like you can't do the Jordan Peterson shit where you only solely focus on yourself. But if you're not self-reflecting and challenging yourself and saying, hey, what am I missing here? You're never going to improve. I don't know why I went on that rant. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry I went on the rant. I'm sorry I can't connect the original thought of this. All right. Organizing. I think we're talking about organizing.
They unilaterally decided that they were going to change the way they were accounting.
And here's the thing. Squirrels in my Kool-Aid. I know that handicapped, like it wasn't, I mean, I use worse words right now, right? What just happened? Access audio, book recommendation above. Thank you for the super chat. Book recommendation. Above where? I'm sorry, access audio. Not seeing it. I don't know why the notification, the alert didn't go up. No, yeah, I understand squirrels in my Kool-Aid. I understand that that's not the language, but and while you're not really gonna hear me use slurs on here, when I'm in those rants, I'm usually speaking in terms of like words and words that are in reality used and what they're being normalized. Not necessarily language that I necessarily use. To be honest, I was gonna say like some shit in Spanish too. In terms of like how people are referred.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Above Toribio's post. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Black Disability Politics by Dr. Sammy Shock. All right, let's pull that up. All right. Thank you so much for that. Squirrels in my Kool-Aid and Access Audio. Thank you for super chats and for clarifying on that. But I understand that maybe my my reason, my logic behind that isn't the most appropriate. Squirrels in my Kool-Aid. Thank you for the suggestion and thank you for highlighting that as well. Yeah, Pancho, nice to see you. Differently able resonate to me since people with disabilities often have incredible talents. See, the issue is that I've heard that come off as like even your explanation behind it, because I've heard this before, is sometimes perceived as condescending. But it's that whole thing of like, unless you're part of the community, you're never really gonna
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a
gonna know,
problem?
right? So, for example, like when it comes to fat phobia, for a while there's a moment where like you know, larger people, I don't know what the appropriate, description is, where we're like, just say fat, like that's what I am. That's it's just fat. Like, yes, and like stop, right? The whole thing with unhoused versus homeless. Like, I'm never gonna be somebody that says, I'm not gonna say that, I'm not gonna call them that. It's just like, all right, what is the collective or what is the consensus of what we're doing here? I always thought it was just disabled. Differently able, I've heard, is a little too like live for some people. But again, you're never gonna hear me be like, I'm too many words or too many. I was like, no, like, yeah, just what is the consensus, and I'll do my best to follow it, because I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone, condescending or dismissive. And if I ever am, fucking call me out. Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. The book is Sales Meditations on Finance. Whoa. So you did anything differently abled, picked up new. Okay.
Counting. So the big, beautiful bill looked like it cost less. Now, everybody knows it didn't, but on paper, it looked like it cost less. That was one time they got rid of the filibuster. The other time was when they wanted to override California environmental standards. They overrode the filibuster. They could have done it this time. And Trump would have forced them to do it, eventually, the Republicans. But the Democrats, still, they are so institutionally blind. They are such institutionalists. They are so determined to get back to normalcy, even though it is quite clear there's another party that is not normal, that is full-on authoritarian at this point. They wanted to protect the filibuster. They wanted to protect the filibuster more than those Republicans, because if the Republicans wanted to make it easy for the Democrats to cave, they could have said, okay, we'll do half subsidies. We'll do subsidies for a year. We'll do subsidies for 6 months. But they didn't, because they knew Democrats are going to cave. And why is it so important to people like Chuck Schumer, Catherine Masto-Cortez, Jackie Rosen, Tim Kaine? Why is it so important to them to have the filibuster? So that they can vote for policies that their voters want and know that it won't go into effect because they don't have 60 votes, because they can't get the extra 10 votes they need or 5 votes they need from the Republicans. This is down the road. That's it.
And the way his voice changes to be like, I got to pull back the curtain a little bit. Yes. Bro, like, both the Republican and Democratic Party benefit from this. It's the reason why the Republicans started freaking out when Donald Trump said, hey, just get rid of the filibuster. Get that shit out of my way. He doesn't like anything that prevents him from doing what he wants to do. And he doesn't think about the strategies in the long term. He wants immediate satisfaction. That's Donald Trump. But what Sam Seder is forced to do here, and that's why his voice is kind of like, ugh, I guess we have to like break the fourth wall. Yes, they're using this. All these politicians want to uphold the filibuster because they want to continue to play pretend. That they want that to be their excuse. Oh, the filibuster, the filibuster, the filibuster. It's like you're acknowledging the performance piece and still engaging with it in a serious manner. Squirrels in my Kool-Aid. So I'm not going to try to be annoying with this and peddle it too much. But yeah, so on the Discord channel, I made sure to like include sections where, for documentaries, for books, articles, movies, music, where we could start sharing like a lot of this stuff to make it more accessible to people to just be able to like click and start like reading or start watching, start engaging, start listening, whatever. Because other people have suggested like, hey, why don't you make a Goodreads? Hey, why don't you make like a chart of books, this and that? And I'm like, Yeah, I could do that, but then everything's gonna be like all over the place. So that way we just keep it in house and it's there and it's available to everyone. Um, just to make it easier, I guess, to have access to that. I'll for sure be like sharing a lot of things on there as well.
Like this is,
But always, please drop it in the chat, you know?
you want to talk about something that's really about like a class war. This is what it is. Because they're not even, for Jean Shaheen, she's never going to take this vote. She's going to be, she's going to retire before Democrats could ever take control of the Senate. But this is, the U.S. Senate was set up to protect the interests of money. I'm talking in our Constitution. When this country started, you couldn't even vote directly for the senators.
We should have called it the House of Lords because I think people understand what it means when you call it that.
100%. And the filibuster is there to thwart. And if you look at it historically and you look at it statistically, it thwarts progressive measures by a 5-to-1 margin. Because the only thing that Republicans ultimately want proactively is tax cuts. And there's always a reconciliation bill, which avoids the filibuster. And so they never have to worry about any, whatever their agenda is. But in terms of progressives, or just even like mainstream Democrats, this allows Tim Kaine to vote for whatever progressive healthcare measure down the road he might be faced with having to vote for. He needs to be able to justify it to his constituents. I voted for it. But it was a safe vote because he knew it was never going to pass because of the filibuster.
These motherfuckers are like, yeah, it's in our Constitution to where we can't actually like move society forward. Oh, yes, both the Democrats and Republicans are using the filibuster so that we can't move society forward. Yes, it's capitalism, but I'm still not going to be a socialist. I'm still not going to be a communist. I'm still not going to be an anarchist. I'm still going to be a fucking rad lib. And I'm still going to tell you to vote for Democrats every single time. I will still smear third parties. I will still normalize the atrocities of the Democratic Party. Every single fucking time. And these people have no shame. And this is what I'm saying. The worst part is that they know better. The worst part is that they know better. The worst part is that they know better. When somebody, when you get done dirty, when somebody does some fucked up shit to you, and you realize that they weren't raised right, you realize they actually don't know better. And you usually see it in their eyes, the eyes, Chico. You see in their eyes that they're like, oh, they just realized they fucked up. And they might lack the ability to know how to properly apologize or to acknowledge their faults, their mistakes. They generally don't know. And then, your anger, your frustration has to be put aside and be like, all right, let me explain this to you. Let me explain to you why you were wrong here. And hopefully that person is receptive. But when you're dealing with somebody who screws you over, and you look at them and they just got a shit-eating grin on their face. Or they're very clearly pretending to be concerned, but you could tell like there's nothing in the eyes. They're doing the facial movements, the appropriate. They're saying the right words, help. Maybe the pitch is correct. But you can see in their eyes that they don't give a fuck. They're checked out. You don't believe their performance. Then you gotta be like, yo, what the fuck's wrong? Are you a fucking sociopath? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Then you gotta check them and be like, no. You're bullshitting me. We both know it. Own up to it. And then they refuse to. And then you have fewer options. And as I always say, walk away. But this is my frustration with liberals that are this well-informed, this intelligent. I've been doing this in Sam Cedars' case for two fucking decades, is I don't believe their performance. I don't believe it. And why not just be honest about it? Hey, I understand this is capitalism. I understand that we're never really going to be able to achieve true progress in any meaningful way that isn't just aesthetics, that isn't just aesthetics, that isn't just aesthetics. Segregation did not end, the aesthetics of it did. What did Joe Biden say to like black politicians when he was on the phone with them? Oh, well, I'm seeing more interracial couples. Segregation is technically over. It's over. Aesthetically, it's over. But then you start looking at the actual numbers, you start looking at actual communities, and you're like, ah, well, it's still very much alive. It's just that this style of segregation is normalized. It's the new status quo. And so that's my frustration with these people is like, can you just be honest and say, hey, we're playing this fucking game of politics. We're never going to be able to achieve. We're never going to be able to achieve true justice. We're never going to be able to achieve creating a better world. But the game could get a little bit more interesting. If you were to tell me that, like when I talk to wrestling fans and I'm just like, look, it's cool, it's fun to watch, but I'm not really going to follow it like that. They're like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. Like, this could benefit you. To pretend to be a fan can benefit you. Then I'll be like, all right, in what way? Help me out. Help me learn. What's going on here? Well, you see. I don't want to give that example. All right, let's move forward. All right, I think they're done here.
I mean, the thing is,
what I was gonna say is the Obama line, right? Women are into it now, and it's like, oh shit, all right. It's not. That would make no difference to me. I can't pretend to give a shit about something that I don't care about. I can't do it.
if we got rid of the filibuster, you know what the Republicans would do? You know what they would pass? Try and come up with something. They have no other agenda. They did it already. We just cut taxes. They did it. They already did everything that they wanted to do. The only thing would be that they would pass would be some ways of ostensibly, and I don't know how they would do this, and they're not always right, of inhibiting the vote in 2026. But states are doing that anyways. The filibuster is a tool by the Democratic establishment more than any other to thwart progressive change and blame it on somebody else. And that's why they voted this way, because they didn't want Donald Trump to force the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster.
Okay, quickly on the Patreon. Should I pull it up? I'll pull it up on a different that's so fucking funny. I just feel weird, you know what I mean? Let's do let's do this. And then I know what we're gonna do. I'm not that. Just gotta be smarter these days. Because somebody mentioned, Patrick Johnson mentioned in the chat. I was looking around people's different tiers to try and understand, like, all right, what is appropriate? What is appropriate? What is protocol here? And everybody's like, comrade this, commander that, sergeant whatever, and it's like ally, and I'm just like, y'all know me in the sense that, like, I'm like, all right, let's calm down. At the most you could say that we're propagandists and we're playing like the propaganda game. But I don't like to pretend that this is more than that. I just don't. This is entertainment at the end of the day, and hopefully we could all learn something collectively, but I'm trying to be entertaining. If I wasn't, and I was just monotone here, I don't think y'all would be here. And so I'm like, fuck it, like, what are we doing here? And it just made me laugh because I'm like, all these fools want to be like, you're a friend, you're a bestie, you're like, all this weird shit that I was seeing about like people's different categories. I'm like, fuck it. I can't help myself. Categories are apolitical, progressive, It's not gonna let me. Let's see. Let me open this up a little bit. And then it's Radlib, Demsock, and Coffee Shop Revolutionary. I mean, if this is, it has to be me, right? Like, it has to be like, if you're clicking the link to my Patreon, you got to know what I'm about. You got to know that, like, I'm having a good time here, that we're all like quite aware of the absurdity of it all, and fuck it, like it's fun. Like, we're here to suffer collectively and laugh at the absurdity of it all, and hopefully learn a little bit along the way. But if you think that I'm gonna set up a Patreon and not immediately like start like laughing at it, at the absurdity of it all, like, I can't help myself. I really can't. I can't help myself. But honestly, look, anything helps. I appreciate y'all. I already seen some people get active with it. I appreciate it. I'll be sending out the Discord links probably at the end of the week. So yeah. I mean, I'm glad that y'all find it funny, because I think this shit's fucking hilarious. All right. I appreciate y'all. All right. So, like I said, like, we're going over the explanations and rationale of these liberal propagandas. So I think it's important to go over this one as well.
Given all of the
they all have something in common that I'm noticing. Now, I'm just fucking kidding. I had to ask him this in person, actually. Well, not in person, but I had to ask him a lot. We know that Dr. Ball receives, a lot of anti-Black discrimination. But I'd be interested to find out, like, the other side of it as well. Because if nobody's bullying him, then perhaps I... No, just kidding. No. My main job is to roast him about being in the Navy. That is the role I'm taking. All right. But I do want to hear a little bit of this. But if you haven't, please go check out the entirety of it. He does a great job at reminding us of fighting against the liberal amnesia of how we got here. We'll just watch a little bit, because again, he just put this up. And I'm assuming everyone that's subscribed to me is subscribed to Dr. Ball. I Mix What I Like, Black Liberation Media. But I just want to watch a little bit of this.
discussion about the shutdown, the end of the government shutdown, the reasons for the shutdown, is I have, and I think some of you have probably been seeing this as well, but the beef around the shutdown between Roland Martin and Charlemagne the God has been, to me, hilarious.
And that's the thing. Like, enjoying watching other people fight senselessly when they're both wrong is a unique enjoyment. It's just a true blessing on this world. I was unaware that these two figures were misleaders, were like arguing, debating over this. And we're talking about, wrestling. We're talking about wrestling and the kayfabe and this, no better example. So we're not going to cover that part of this video. I do want to cover the Obama aspect of it briefly. That's a teaser to give you motivation to go watch this in its entirety. It's just 18 minutes. It's a good time. But let me just hit up the Obama part. That's funny. What the fuck? Here we go. We'll just watch a little bit of this.
The blame for this shutdown in 2025, I think, still goes to the 2008 election of Barack Obama and the Democratic Party and their refusal to initiate and develop and impose, even, as they alluded to and pretended to care about and sort of head faked as if they were going to do, which is to develop and produce universal health care. If Obama, especially during the first 2 years of his initial election, where they had Democratic Party majorities in the House and the Senate, and the whole world was on this euphoric high around his election, save for a few of us. If you push through universal health care, then all of this argument going on today around Affordable Care Act, subsidies, health insurance premiums, and so on, all of that would have been moot, despite the claims of Obama and the Democrats at the time that we can't get universal health care passed. There are conservative Democrats. There's too much Republican this. We're not ready for that. Whatever all the arguments were back in the day.
And that's the thing. So liberals will tell you, well, sure, they have the numbers, but the problem was, the issue is there was some, conservative Democrats that just weren't willing to play ball. And it's like, so again, the solution to all the problems that they create is vote harder and more for the Democratic Party. All their solutions, the Sam Cedars, all these, now Hassan Piker finally just doubling down, we'll cover that shortly, in his allegiance to the genocidal Democratic Party, is vote for more Democrats. And that is their political solution to fascism. That is their political solution to capitalism. That is their political solution to inequality. That is their political solution to discrimination, to racism, to homophobia, to transphobia, to war, to everything. Their solution to everything is vote for the Democratic Party more and harder. That is their solution to everything. And yet, when they have full control of government, you didn't vote hard enough. You didn't vote harderest. You didn't vote more. And it's like, it's never fucking enough. It's never enough. And it never will be enough, because the Democratic Party is not there for us. The system itself is not there for us. Nothing will ever be enough. Nothing will ever be enough. And you just continue to invest in this performance and think that you're going to get a real world result. In terms of all the negative shit is real as fuck. But the benefits, as we've been saying, the benefits require the normalization of sacrifice. And that sacrifice is also real fucking human beings. But they call that progress. They call that shit progress.
Part of what they also said was, let us do something that will be a stepping stone. And they tried to promote Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, which is, of course, an old Republican plan.
Mitt Romney's plan, bro. In fucking Utah. That is what the Democratic Party does. Let's rebrand a Republican fucking plan and make it ours. We're going to put Obama's face on it. Thank you, Shepard Fairey. Boom. And now we're all supposed to love it. Now we're all supposed to fight for it. Now we're all supposed to care about it. Now we got to protect that. So all our energy and time is being served protecting and upholding a Republican plan. Because that's all we got now. That's the compromise that we made, and we need to invest ourselves in it to make the sacrifices worthwhile. And then the fight for universal health care is over.
They tried to rebrand it as something new, democratic, associated with Obama, and progressive, and a stepping stone to something better. When many of us, or not enough of us, but a handful of us at least, or those of us not allowed access to big platforms and microphones and TV sets, were saying, no, this is only going to further protect the private insurance companies and industry.
And I mean that's the goal of this plan. That is the objective of that plan. That's why a fucking Republican was pushing it. And it's hilarious because it's again, we put all this energy, time, investment, political capital wasted on a right-wing plan, and even that gets taken from us. Even that gets pulled away from us. And suddenly the fight becomes to save the scraps that were thrown at us. Suddenly the fight is not over the whole fucking pie. Suddenly the fight is over crumbs. And whatever political energy, whatever political fervor that we have, the desperation, the real fucking desperation, is wasted on fucking crumbs. And if you say that, then you're just fucking jaded. If you say that, you're just being unreasonable. If you say that you're actually the villain because you don't care that people are actually eating those crumbs and they're not starving thanks to those crumbs. And well, you're only able to say that because you're not about to starve and in desperate need of crumbs. Or what I'm saying is, no, those crumbs just prolong the suffering and don't provide a solution. And you want me to celebrate that. You want me to celebrate the prolonging of the suffering to normalize a certain level of suffering when I'm saying, can we just fight for the end of suffering? But that's childish. That's a fantasy. You can't do that under capitalism. There has to be suffering under capitalism. And your unwillingness to normalize that, to accept that as reality, that's the real fucking problem. That's what we have to remove from society.
And make it harder for us to get to universal health care. So when I saw the current argument around between Roland Martin and Charlemagne the God, after thoroughly enjoying a good laugh, I said, no, defending the Democrats and their decision to end the shutdown, or supporting the argument that the Democrats should have resisted ending the shutdown. The real point is, as much as they would want to blame it on Trump and the Republicans, I still think the blame should be, particularly for those of us who claim to be on anywhere on the left, should be on the Democrats. Because now you want to get everybody to come back to support you when you had all the support and all the seats and the zeitgeist and the political power. You didn't do anything. And this is sort of the whole fake back and forth that we're encouraged to be stuck in. So I'm like, so anyway, but so let me just so I'm only gonna play.
So check out this video. It's a good time. But Dr. Ball was literally like this. Let's see. This is Dr. Ball over here.
Let them fight.
That was Dr. Ball. It's funny because I wanted it to be a heavy reading day today, but I think because I've been frying my head with this script, and I kind of want to show y'all a trailer, but there's no point of I don't like celebrating things that have not been accomplished. I thought my high school graduation was a waste of time. I didn't go to community college graduation. I didn't go to my graduation. What was during COVID, so it didn't really matter, but I wouldn't have gone either way. I don't believe in celebrating like half goals and half measures. So I won't be sharing that, but I'm going to be honest, even if the rest of the video is shit, I love the intro that I made for that. Hopefully it doesn't get copyright because I do use 4 seconds. I trimmed as much as I could. I manipulated the audio a little bit too, for the purpose of the video, not just to manipulate it. But 4 fucking seconds in the intro might fuck me over, but we'll see. But that's again another reason why I did kind of have to say, hey, I need to start this Patreon. I need to start memberships is online for the for YouTube as well, and I'll start adding I think you guys could use like certain emojis and stuff like that. I'll start working on adding things like that. As much as I want to make fun of Jessica Welch, as much as I want to make fun of the Emma Viglins and Sam Cedars as on Pikers, I don't know if we're gonna make emojis out of them. I would rather have cool emojis of revolutionary leaders like Sankara and Hugo Chavez, and maybe stuff like that would be more fun. But also maybe a little cringe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But the reason is that if one of my videos that I'm working on is unable to be monetized, and like, I still want to put that work out there. All right, let's get to it.
Hi, everybody. Wow. I'm John Lovett. We're live at Cricket Con. Oh, yes. All right, he's got people. Everybody here has got people everywhere, you know?
We're in the Reagan building, baby. I've co-opted your ass.
So this guy, and I didn't know this because he runs the Bulwark, used to be a conservative. I guess he's one of these like post-Trump conservatives. Good times.
Can't lose control just yet. In his 1992 convention speech, Bill Clinton, who is perfect, said of Republicans who were at the time angry about Murphy Brown being a single mom on television, if other politicians make you feel like you are not part of their family, come on and be part of ours. Republicans were the hall monitors, we were welcoming.
Republicans were the hall monitors, we were welcoming. The Republicans were hall monitors, we were welcoming. Why did that catch my attention almost immediately? Why did that catch my attention almost immediately? Let's see if it pulls it up. Here we go. Here's why. Censorious hall monitor liberalism that refuses to accept growth in people unless you're a corporate centrist and all is forgiven, just as Cuomo supporters, is far more of a threat to the Democratic Party's chances in the future than anything dug up on Graham Plattner. So they're pushing this narrative of we need to have a bigger tent and accept white supremacists, accept reactionaries into the Democratic Party, the so-called left. Otherwise, you're a hall monitor. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know it sounds like I'm wearing a tinfoil hat. I know it sounds like conspiracy based. But they start using the same fucking language. They start using the same fucking language. And again, this is the criticism of Graham Plattner is not being led by fucking Cuomo supporters. It's pushback from leftists against fucking rad lib centrists like Emma Vigeland. Who else? I believe he has me blocked. And here we go. Again, Ben Burgess from Jacobin, still like Graham Plattner a whole lot more than I like the prime little hall monitors staking up dirt on him. Sorry. The dirt being a fucking white supremacist tattoo. Yeah. That's the dirt. So they start using that same fucking language. They start using the same fucking language.
I'm angry about Murphy Brown being a single mom on television. If other politicians make you feel like you are not part of their family, come on and be part of ours. Republicans were the hall monitors, we were welcoming. 3 decades later, Trump found an audience among pretty apolitical comedians and media personalities and their fans who see Democrats as pious and scolding. The Democratic Party is widely reviled. A broad survey of working class voters described Democrats as, quote, woke, weak, and out of touch, coming out of Tuesday, which was awesome.
Woo! Zionism.
Woke Sharia.
What? Yeah.
Woke Sharia, baby.
You gotta push that. You gotta embrace a little bit and make it seem absurd. Woke Sharia. When in reality, what it is the normalization of liberal Zionism. Love it.
We're all living in Mamdani now. Semaphores Dave Weigel put it best in summarizing the exit polls. What do you think of the Democrats? They stink. Who did you vote for? As many Democrats as possible. So where do
Again, the solution is always voting for Democrats. Let me know how the audio is for this. I think it might be a little low. I could put it up, but then it's going to distort the sound up a tad bit, and I'm not sure how that's going to do with the audience.
Where do we go from here? Joining me, our streamer and political commentator, Hassan Piker. MS Now, Simone Sanders. The Bulwark's Tim Miller. And the co-host of The Five, Fox News' Jessica Tarlon. Tim, I want to start with you, and I want to just
Sweeter than anything, hall monitor is their new woke. I don't normally say this, but comrade, I'm glad we came up with that one together collectively. Fuck, that's a good one. Yes, you're fucking right. You're absolutely fucking right. Hall monitor is their new woke. Hall monitor is the liberals' DEI now. Their DEI dog whistle. Yep. You're absolutely correct, sweeter than anything. Yeah.
can see that this is like a big topic, and it can be hard to tease out style from substance, strategy.
And they have to look.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Blue Eagles, thank you for the super chat. I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem. Yeah, definitely isn't in the. I mean, the sad part is these motherfuckers have all the money. At least, you know, the white man Hassan Piker does, and still aligns with the Democrats. Now, you know, here I kind of joke around about the absurdity of this all, but these people have to
strategy, ideology,
have to kind of pat themselves in the back. Listen to what he says. Listen to what he says.
Tim, I want to start with you, and I want to just concede that this is like a big topic, and
it's a big topic. There's some fucking dude. They used to make fun of Dave Rubin for this. They used to make fun of Dave Rubin for like hyping up very simple fucking conversations. The conversation here is very simple. How do we rebrand the Democratic Party? How do we rebrand the Democratic Party? It's that simple. But they're gonna make a big fucking show of like, how where did we go wrong? Who could have thunk that supporting a genocide would not have been popular? Who could have thunk that pushing Kamala Harris, who dropped out before her own fucking state to save whatever political like leverage she had, would have lost to Donald Trump? Who could have thunk it? Who could have thunk it? Jesus, bro.
It can be hard to tease out style from substance, strategy, ideology, but I want to start with that 2024 dynamic. You have Trump and his allies on Rogan and a whole bunch of apolitical shows and media. In hindsight, Democrats say, oh, we need Democrats that can go everywhere. They have to go everywhere just like Trump did. But then we look around and we say, well, who are the Democrats that can do that? And as a former Republican, as a pilgrim in an unholy land, who's gone from viewing Democrats being annoying as an asset to a liability, like, where is your head at?
Well, I was happy about the woke Sharia in New York, but you do have to remember that the CIA has taken over in Virginia across the river. So the deep state establishment is also on the rise.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. All these fucking radicals want to celebrate Mamdani. Woo! Won't acknowledge that he's a Zionist, or won't put the Zionist label on him completely. And then a little quiet, if not celebratory, because it's still a Democrat win regardless of a fucking CIA agent. Because you never stop being CIA, baby. You never stop being CIA. You're in that shit for life. Blood in and blood out for that one. Infiltrating publicly into politics. Let's stop pretending that it probably hasn't happened covertly, but for sure, publicly, the normalization of these fascists in the so-called left-wing Democratic Party is concerning, because that means that everyone's moving even further to the right. Everyone's moving even further to the right. You have a war criminal mercenary with a white supremacist tattoo on his chest that they're all circling the wagons for to protect. You have Zohran Mamdani, who is aligning with Zionists, abandoning Palestinians, keeping NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who got started, as we covered here, who got started by, violating the rights of Muslims and eavesdropping, infiltrating these mosques. Abandoning all that. Her family has a fucking biblical zoo. And they celebrate this motherfucker. And they're celebrating a CIA fucking agent. Because, hey, they're blue. They're blue. It's good for us. It's good for humanity. It's good for fucking the working class because they're blue.
Big tent, big tent.
Big tent. You know what, love it. You guys are kind of annoying, and it is something that we're dealing with. And I think that it's important to just accept it and think about it. And the fundamental question that you got to.
Ronaldo, cálmate. I see what you're doing. Cálmate. That is Tim Miller from the Bulwark. Big kind of like liberal podcast. Again, he used to be a Republican, so he has that whole angle of like, oh no, I came to my senses. Donald Trump took it too far.
Which was, okay, well, we need a Rogan of our own, or we got to be able to go hang out with these, folks. We got to be appealing more to the comedian set. And then it's like, well, who would go on the podcast? And then it's like, well, are you available? Are you? Like the list is kind of short, right? And so, we can't create people from scratch, but I think that it's important, when I look back at the mistakes the Democrats made that got us to this place, it's like, Biden wins in 20 when everybody's inside, right? So you didn't have to be out there. And then in 22, it's like, well, we didn't have a red wave. So it's like things are going pretty well, right? And so I just think that there was a lot of just inertia and status quo happening. And a lot of the problems that were undergirding that, a lot of things people were frustrated with about COVID or about the not as fun parts of woke Sharia, right? Like there wasn't a lot of reflection on that, and I think that it's good to reflect on it now. And I think that Tuesday was awesome, but just because we did really well.
The not fun parts of woke Sharia. This is why like playing into their bullshit doesn't fucking work. Because to us, it's a fucking joke, or it can be a joke. I shouldn't even say us. To Radlibs, it's a fucking joke. Oh yeah, woke Sharia. Like, you never heard me fucking say woke Sharia here. But to Radlibs, it's fun. And they could be a little smug about it, right? Look at that. They could be a little smug about it. But to these fucking people, to their allies, to their liberal allies that are more, comfortable being white supremacists, no, they're like, woke Sharia, no, but seriously, like, some parts of woke Sharia are concerning and alarming. And it's like, well, no, I thought we were all joking because the right wing and oh, but you're slightly serious. And this is my ally now. Okay, cool, great. That's why, like, you got to be careful. And y'all know this. You know this. You might have some cool white people around you, but you can't let them get a little too comfortable because they will always overstep. They will always get too comfortable. And they will always try to push their limits to see what they can get away with. And so you got to really fucking test people out. I did give a little bit more grace to a certain coworker because all this time everybody thought that he was just white or whatever, cool dude, whatever. And then he shared that actually like is I'm not gonna share a lot of his details, but that there was some like very prominent Jewish ancestry. And so I'm like, wait a minute, you're trying to get away with just being a white dude, right? Which you could be white and Jewish, fine. I'm like, but I don't know, if you're around other white people, they might be uncomfortable about that. Some wasp might check you on that. And then find out that he's technically like half, he's fucking Miklos. He's half Mexican. And I'm like, oh shit. I was like, all right. And so then they're like, all right, whatever. Now we got jokes we could throw your way, cool. More than just the boring like white jokes. And then, but an actual like Aryan big boy like got hired. And then the first thing I did was like, hey, do you know that he's not actually white? And then pitting them against each other, it was like, so good. So good. I don't know why I share stupid shit like that. All right. What the fuck is woke Sharia? Apparently some like Radlibs attempting to make fun of the Islamophobia that the right were pushing on Mamdani.
well on Tuesday because Trump is fucking everything up does not mean that we shouldn't also like think about how we can continue to kind of expand out and appeal to more people.
Simone.
Talking about sharing things that don't need to be shared. I'm usually an almond milk guy. I recently, and I know it's not like super wasteful, but I'm not paying for it. Just keep that in mind. A lot of the things I may consider luxuries in my life, I find ways not to pay for them. I got tired of having like those cheap like leashes that they give you like in the vets or when you go to the dog pound and give you like a really like free like cheap leash. And anywho, PetSmart donated a very fine leash to my dog out of just kindness and generosity, charity. So things like that, like I just find interesting ways of being blessed, and you kind of have to when you live paycheck to paycheck. You find ways like that. So, but I started adding oat milk to my cold brew that I also don't pay for, and or otherwise I would not be drinking fucking cold brew. And it tastes so fucking good, and I don't have to add any sweeteners, and I don't believe that the oat milk is sweetened. I don't know. There's no label on it. Is it even oat milk? I don't fucking know. All right.
It seems like Democrats are often in a trap, which is Trump or one of his acolytes does something genuinely offensive, whether it's attacking or undermining a democratic institution or going after a vulnerable group of people, and Democrats want to defend those people, right? But then at times, sometimes they seem like they're writing their own version of the Federalist Papers, or they are doing what is then described as identity politics. And so how do you fight back against Trump when he's attacking people, when he's making an issue of marginalized groups, without then being seen by a broader group or being focused less on, say, the economy? Like, how do you square that circle?
Well, you know, I'm from North Omaha, Nebraska. Shout out to the Midwest people in the room. Yes, there are black people. There are black people in Nebraska all over this country. Maybe not North Dakota. And so I say that because earlier this summer, a black man who is a Democrat unseated a 3-term Republican mayor in Omaha, Nebraska. And we can clap for that. His name is John Ewing. And John Ewing, I grew up knowing John Ewing. I know him very well. But in that race, like in many other races across this country that have happened since 2024, one of the issues that the Republican candidate tried to, pull to the forefront were bathrooms and trans issues. And you know what John Ewing's answer was? Well, first of all, he had an answer. He put up an ad to answer the attacks, which I think is really important. You cannot let attacks go. You cannot allow your opponent, as a former strategist, you cannot have your opponent defining you and you not answering. So that's part of it. I think specifically coming out of 2024, a lot of candidates did not answer the attacks. And some people were just like, oh, no, that's not me. And it's like, well, who are you?
Well, no, the silence is usually the answer. You only don't address an attack if it's legitimate. Or if you're afraid to be honest, right? That's not me is the honest part. Oh, no. I'm also a transphobe. Oh, no. I also, hey, well, I got to be careful what I say. These people will say or actually feel that they're generally transphobic. They're generally xenophobic. They're against immigration. So they can't really push back or argue against the truth of their sentiment. You can only push back, you only fight back when you disagree with the statement being put forward.
But John Ewing put up ads and went out there and did speeches and was on the streets talking to folks doing interviews and whatnot and campaigning and saying, she's doing this because she don't want to talk about the potholes. She doesn't want to talk about the issues that are affecting you. She's going to make up this issue that I'm not talking about. She doesn't want to talk about the potholes. And so I think the answer is not to run away from the confrontation. Like, you're not about to make me, as I used to always tell candidates, don't allow these folks, any of your opponents, to make you believe that you're for an issue that you've never taken up. Like, I don't know what the hesitancy is from some of the campaigns and the strategists over the last, couple of cycles to just not be clear about what folks are for and what they're not for. Because in 2024, that they-them ad was seen everywhere. And black people in Philadelphia told me, the organizers in Philadelphia said that everybody had saw that ad and there was no counter and they believed it. So I do think that.
So the frustrating part of saying that Democratic candidates aren't or haven't been truly representing or putting up front, putting forward what they believe in is when you look at somebody like Kamala Harris. that's kind of the goal. That's kind of the objective. I mean, Obama, that was his strategy. Let me just throw so much shit in the wall and allow you to make assumptions about me because I am so new to the scene that I become whatever you want me to be. And Kamala Harris was trying to do the same thing, but it was like a little too late for her to do that. And she was connected too much to Biden to get away with it. And so the flip flopping was evident. She lacked the ability to bullshit sufficiently for the amount of shit that she was carrying. So that was kind of part of the goal was, hey, be vague about what you represent. Don't really hold a position so you could play both sides. All right. That is their objective. That's why it's difficult for them to actually defend their position because their positions are all over the place. Their positions are what they believe is more suitable for the voter, will get them the most support while at the same time signaling to donors that they're not a threat.
I don't think Democrats need to do a wholesale, like, you need a full brand rebrand, because I think, frankly, the Democratic Party brand, it might never be popular. But what may be, and that's okay, because what you need are candidates who people like and they want to vote for and who they believe in. And if the brand is popular or not, I think the Democrats need to be less concerned about rehabilitating the brand of the Democratic Party apparatus and more concerned about running candidates that are close to the issues in the districts and places that they're trying to win.
So if you're admitting that your party's image is fucking cooked, gone, yes, tú. Which, by the way, the Democratic Party should always be referred to as a genocidal Democratic Party. And that's not to say that the Republican Party isn't genocidal, but to force liberals to acknowledge that they're supporting a party that commits genocide, to force liberals to admit that genocide is not a red line for them, that genocide, or not even genocide, will force them to abandon the Democratic Party. Maybe 2 genocides, maybe 3, maybe 4, who knows? But for sure, 1 genocide of Palestinians is insufficient for liberals to abandon the Democratic Party. So all these people on stage, all those people in the crowd, normalize supporting a genocide. Maybe not 2, maybe not of non-brown people, maybe not of non-Muslim people, but for sure, a genocide of Palestinians. So it's always the genocidal Democratic Party, and not because the Republicans aren't genocidal, not because they don't also carry out genocidal campaigns, but to force people like this to acknowledge that they are genocide supporters and normalizers. It's wild. The brand is gone, it's cooked, cool. And you don't realize that there's an issue with that, there's a problem with that. Instead, you're like, well, let's ignore the brand and focus on, selling the individuals. They were selling Mamdani, they weren't selling the Democratic Party because it's New York, Democrats are probably gonna win, yada yada. You're selling the it's no longer the brand, now it's the individual. That's interesting. Marketing, baby. Rebranding.
Tim don't agree. Tim don't agree.
I know. I mean, the brand is
boned.
I agree with
but
that.
The brand was poo-poo and people voted for Democrats anyway. So to me, that says people are willing to support candidates even if they think your brand is shitty.
Well, I don't know. I think
I don't know, she says. I don't know, she says. You do realize they think you're fucking stupid, right? That's what she just said. People don't like us, but they still vote for us. It's almost like they feel like they're forced to. Like it's almost like they feel like they have no other option. I mean, a lot of people don't vote because they truly believe that. But out of desperation, some vote for the Democratic Party. And that's why these people, including Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, are so invested in shutting down any potential third party, regardless if they're truly a vanguard party, right? I don't think the Green Party is. I don't think the PSL is. DSA isn't even a party. It's a branch of the Democratic Party. So they're content with saying the brand is shit, but people are still buying it. People are still buying. It's a very capitalist mindset. It's a very capitalist mindset of like, well, we could create something different. We could make the brand actually better, but why change it? They're still purchasing it. They're still buying into it. Let's keep pushing it. What changed the aesthetics of it? But when they talk about brand, they're talking about the fucking party. They're talking about the actual fucking party line. So having these individuals there, they're not, for example, the squad. They never voted as a block. They didn't use their collective power. So they weren't a threat. But yet people voted for them despite being Democrats because they were individuals, characters being sold to us. And then they were put on the team like the fucking Avengers, the squad. But they were individuals, characters sold to us, still in the Democratic Party line. And the Democratic Party did not change because of the squad. The Democratic Party will not change because of Mamdani. When it changes to the right. So I'm sure Grant Plattner will change it for the better.
An important part of what I think the dynamic we see, right, which is, there was just a report that came out that said, here's a set of policies that are broadly popular that Democrats should embrace going into the midterms, and they're pretty moderate and sort of.
Oh, a bunch of these people that lost some races and had one recently put this report out?
Yeah, it was shocking. I for one was shocked when I saw that report. I was like, wow, so do the exact same thing that the Democrats have been doing that caused them a sequence of failures? That's good. I like that.
I knew there was no way.
Moderate enough. That was what the issue was.
There was no way I was going to get to the end of that sentence. I don't even know why I considered starting it, but taken. But when I hear what you're saying there, when I see a report like that, I see a group of people struggling against a brand that is in the toilet and a bunch of people trying to win despite that, which is another way of saying we're in a ravine. Let's find the highest spot we can here in this trench that we're stuck in. But there's the reason I think this question is important, even if you're right, like people win despite disliking the Democratic Party, people hate Congress like their congressperson. I do think it's worth asking to what it's like to imagine a world in which Democrats are broadly popular. So,
how many gummies you take before coming out here?
So, which brings me to Jessica. I'll reveal something to all of you, which is John, Tommy, and I share an office perfectly. And we often, if not more often than not now, switch over to Fox News during the day. And we do because we want to see what's happening over there. But also, it's entertaining. It is. They're having fun over there.
True story.
And Jessica, I want you to talk about like what it is like to be in that environment, because part of what is so fun is their just collective appreciation.
It's entertaining. They're having fun over there. They're like blatantly pushing white supremacist propaganda. Fox News blatantly pushes white supremacist propaganda. And these fools think it's entertaining. These guys, like, they're having fun. Bro, we live in totally different fucking worlds. I struggle watching you fucking white supremacists normalizing liberals. Most of you are white supremacists. And I'm not entertained. I don't think you're having fun. I think you're fucking boring, bland, repetitive. I think you're uncreative. I think that you're safe. I think that you're safe, which is, what are you doing? How are you living your life? By playing it safe is pathetic. I think you have fun when you cash your fucking checks. For sure. But this is not a peer. I don't think what do these people hang out otherwise? No, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. I don't think these people would hang out if they weren't getting fucking paid.
And shared view of Democrats, which is that they're kind of feckless and funny and ridiculous.
They definitely enjoy that part of it. And I'm so glad that this conference is this week and not last week, because we'd all just be sitting around crying and looking at that memo and saying, well, this is 57% popular, so I think we should go with that. But now we have some wins, and we have this diverse set of wins, so I have had a way better couple of days.
They've been almost circumspect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sometimes. They got a little rowdy, too. But, you can't dispute results like that. You can't dispute a Mamdani win and a Spanberger win and whatever happened in the Mississippi State House. And I'm obsessed with whatever a public commissioner is in Georgia. That, I still
When
don't know.
nobody shows up to vote, we win.
Yeah.
It's important to remember.
But the
So fucking desperate to feel like the settler colonial project is like moving somewhere positive and not desperately trying to reclaim ground that it ceded, that it lost, that wasn't advancing our struggle to begin with.
the joy is important to the formula that makes Fox so appealing as a set of programs to watch. And I think about it in context of the joy campaign of 2024 that was not, right? We were being told all the time, like, you're having so much fun. Like, Brat's summer feels great. And I did feel great at the DNC because I thought that was the moment of, like, maybe we have a chance. But it was fleeting. And it's always on our side, I think, since the 2016 election.
See, she talks so much louder than everyone else. I just noticed that.
And it feels like it's forced upon us versus it's coming from within. There may be individual candidates that we're into. I've gotten super excited about people, down ballot all over the place, or, I love Ruben Gallego. Like, that's always fun for me to talk about. But because we have this kind of uniform policy of stay in line, it's joyless. Because you can't feel free to criticize somebody that you disagree with, or, you're gonna get scolded by this person and that person. And the Republicans, generally speaking, live free of that amongst themselves. I mean, criticizing Trump is a whole other thing, but they go about their business in a way that we don't, and that I think that we're adapting to, at least based on these election results. And Fox captures that there are people who have kind of like a shared core set of values maybe, but they're not taking themselves that seriously. They're not scolding each other. Like, it also matters in the quality of the programming. It looks great. Our graphics are beautiful. Our lighting is fantastic. Are you making a face?
Look, I'm your Fedayeen. I'm your biggest diehard fan, okay? But no, I don't think the Fox News graphics are beautiful.
I'm your... What is it about, like, ethnic whites that, like, makes them so desperate to, like, try and, like, highlight their ethnicity as they cozy up to white people? What can you imagine me telling somebody, hey, I'm your biggest Zapatista? Can you imagine telling somebody who works for Fox News, a white woman that works for Fox News, who's a fucking liberal, hey, I'm your biggest Zapatista? Can you, like, I do this shit because it's funny. I do this shit because it's fucking ridiculous. I do this shit because I want to, pull in some other Chicanos and help them abandon Chicanismo, their anti-blackness, and their pretend Indian fucking fantasies. But to refer to myself as a Fedayeen, as a Zapatista, as a revolutionary, and even in a... we got to move on from this. We got to move on from this. I got to do better. I just can't allow myself to truly express my hatred. It's unhealthy. But I'm glad that y'all are here seeing it. Not only that, but it makes me happy that I'm forcing y'all to watch this unbearable, complete and utter shameless liberal charade. I know we read a lot of articles here. I know we try to do the work here, but sometimes this is also a good reminder of, like, why it's important to combat their bullshit.
Beautiful. Look, I respect what you do, especially because, like, if I had to sit next to Jesse Waters and Greg Buttfeld the entire time, I would kill myself.
I respect what you do. I respect the way that you cash a fucking check by helping to make Fox News seem legitimate, because that's what she's doing.
And the fact that you have been able to successfully sit in that room every day and just white knuckle through Jesse Waters' snide ass remarks is impressive. It is.
Concur.
Thank you. And it is nice to be amongst my people, which I'm usually not, like cautiously weaving through here. But my point in bringing it up, and you don't have to love our graphics, even though they're copied in every movie and things like that. It's like the official look of it. But
Fascists are devoted to aesthetics. Fascists are devoted to aesthetics. They're selling you a product. They want to look sleek. And you see it with a lot of these fucking opportunists. You see it with a lot of these opportunists. Oh, look at all my communist merch. Aren't I a communist? Look at all that shit. Yeah, she's a real hero by cashing a fucking Fox News check because they make mean comments to her. They don't treat her nice as the only liberal on the network, on the show. She's doing her part to push back against fascism by legitimizing Fox News. Awesome.
But even when
the PR people love Jessica, she is a favorite of the Fox PR folks.
But
why is that a fucking joke? What do you? Yes, she probably fucking is their favorite. What the fuck? Why would they dislike her? She makes their job easier. God damn, bro. I'm an old man. I've been like editing that video and shooting it, and so my back's been like acting up. But yeah, so why would they hate her? What they make her job, their job as PR easier. And adds legitimacy. It allows the show to have a villain. It makes everyone else there the babyface for the Fox News audience. For us, we think they're being mean to her, but to their audience, it's like, yeah, you tell that lib, you correct her, you make fun of her, yeah. It makes it easier. You have to have, a villain for your audience to root against to make your heroes seem more fucking epic. Man.
Nothing is taken that seriously. And that's not the case in liberal media. And that doesn't mean you're not talking about serious things, but there's this feeling like it is not the end of the world in every topic that you're discussing. And this idea that we can just go and show up in conservative spaces or come for an hour and you have to be open to those kinds of things, like doesn't capture how hard it is for people who vote like me and some of the things that I think to genuinely form bonds and interact on an ongoing basis with people who you disagree with. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is not getting to know the other side. Living amongst them and spending time with them is. And I think that's why I'm able to do my job and have a reasonable therapy bill, like not insane, but we know each other like the family that it looks like, which is dysfunctional, but it's still a family. And people who watch the show, and we have 20% Democratic viewership, like still get that. Sorry, I know it's maybe not the answer you guys wanted, but
I want to actually. I do.
We're a family. We're a familia. What is this weak ass Vin Diesel Fast and the Furious ass response? Oh yeah, me being at Fox News is just a reflection of the American family. We're just normal people. Most of us that have any self-respect, that have any true solidarity, don't cozy up to our racist, to our transphobe, to our bigoted family members. We can't afford to. But you're getting paid, homie, to do this. You don't have this like forced genetic connection to these people. You don't have to see them at family gatherings. You're choosing to work there. This is what is this weird ass? They're just my family. oh, you guys debate them for an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3, but I really get to know them on a human level. What she's saying is, bro, it's just for show. We get lunch together after. Yeah, we talk shit. Yeah, they bully me on set for the audience. But once the camera stops rolling, we all hang out. We have a good fucking time. When they say, oh, they don't take, Fox News doesn't take themselves seriously because they don't have to, because they don't give a fuck about people. That includes her. She doesn't take serious what she does. If she did, she would have enough self-respect not to be there. It's the whole Crystal Ball saga thing. Crystal Ball doesn't give a fuck about white supremacy. She works with the white supremacists. And she can't push back on everything, that every bullshit claim that he makes. She just can't. The show wouldn't be able to progress. But you know what she can do? She could cash a fucking check with him and split everything down 50-50, I'm assuming. Man.
You're not getting a lot of claps because you're defending Fox News in this room.
Well, I think, let me speak. I want to talk to Hassan about what you just said. But before, I heard something from the crowd, and I think it reflects what they're feeling, which is, well, they're not taking it seriously because these are people that are not appreciating the consequences or are ignoring or telling themselves a story about the consequences. And I know you know that. But that's a challenge for the left. I think sometimes we are seen as upset or scolding because we're motivated by like a deep set of values. And when you watch Fox, there's a frivolousness to it, but maybe that's a kind of carelessness about what's happening to the country.
I totally agree with you about certain issues, absolutely, and I make that very clear, and they can make fun of me or whatever, but elections have consequences, and we saw on Tuesday night that the American public sees through it. That's the point. Like, people get all hot and bothered about how conservatives are reacting to certain things and that they're being dismissive, but they're the ones that think the American public is stupid. And we're the ones who know that they can see what's going on. So whether you get 90 seconds of talk time or you get to talk for hours a day on your podcast or on your live stream, all the things for Assad, like, they're the ones that are doubting people's capacity to understand. And so I get what you're saying, and I feel it, and sometimes I don't like being made fun of sometimes for being upset about American citizens taken into ICE detention and not getting to call their loved ones. But Tuesday night, people showed up all over the country and said, fuck off. That is unacceptable.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com.
We have to
listen. The holidays come fast. You're decorating, you're shopping, you're trying to keep up, and somewhere in the middle of it all, you realize those blinds could really use an upgrade. But who has time to deal with all that? With Blinds.com, you don't have to.
It's part of, I don't want to see their content. We have an ad, we got to play it. I know, we're already suffering through it, but
overpriced and built to serve salespeople, not customers. So they flipped it.
do you ever look at how expensive these things are that a lot of these podcasts pitch? Fucking crazy expensive.
The price you pay, no hidden fees, and there's zero pressure. Need help picking the right look? Blinds.com's design experts are available on your schedule with free consultations. And if you want the full white glove treatment, they can even schedule licensed vetted pros to measure your windows at no cost, and they'll install everything for one low price. And it's all backed by Blinds.com's 100% satisfaction guarantee, so you know you're covered literally and figuratively. Because at Blinds.com, the only thing they treat better than windows is you. I gotta say, I remember at one point in my life I moved into this apartment.
Oh my god,
weeks and months after living
I
there.
could speed it up though, right? That's allowed.
What's wrong with me?
That's fair.
It's a medical issue. Then I went on a work trip and I stayed in a hotel and it was really, really dark.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that fucking happened.
Great blinds in your bedroom are game changer. You'll sleep better, you'll sleep longer. Just highly recommend it. The Black Friday deals at Blinds.com are going strong all month long, so don't miss your chance to save big. And as always, our customers get $50 off when you spend $5.
No way, how
Just
long
go
is
Crooked
this
at checkout.
fucking
Rules
ad?
and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details. This episode is brought to you by ZBiotics Free Alcohol. When you're raising a glass to your team winning. Catching up with your old buddies back in town.
Jesus
House full of
Christ.
relatives. Hey, it's that's why I drink free alcohol. ZBiotics Free Alcohol provides the world's first genetically engineered probiotic invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct that guys deliver this byproduct, not dehydration. That's a link for rough days after drinking free alcohol produces an enzyme.
God damn, bro.
Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. I gotta say, it's almost holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, all the above. Now, great time to load up on ZBiotics. Another drink, ZBiotics. If you guys don't believe us, just try it one time. Buy one pack, try it. It's a game changer. We're gonna make sure it's actually at Criticon. Make sure it's like Criticon ZBiotics. Get nuts. Make the most of your tailgate, toast, and touchdown this holiday season. Just don't forget to bring pre-alcohol along for the ride. Go to zbiotics.com/crooked to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use Crooked at checkout. ZBiotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/crooked and use the code Crooked at checkout for 15% off.
Hassan,
I got to pause.
Look, I'm not trying to go full Dr. like Sabi on here, but I've heard mixed shit about probiotics. I don't know. Anywho.
Hassan hasn't gone 17 minutes without talking since 2014.
Honestly, like, the stage is vibrating, and I'm sorry it took this long to get to the fact that what we saw in New York on Tuesday in many ways feels like an antidote to some of this problem. You know, Zohran Mamdani is having fun out there, and he's also representing.
What is this obsession with liberals and like joy and fun and like What the fuck, bro? Like, everything's so safe and coddled for them that they're like, yeah, let's just focus on joy and having fun and just getting loose and just, living life, man. Live, love, and learn, or whatever the fuck. Live, love, eat. They don't learn shit.
Incredibly enthusiastic base of people who are finding community in being part of politics. And that does seem like something now that is more easily formed on the left. I can think of all the candidates and campaigns that have been left-driven that have built that energy and enthusiasm and sense of fun. Brad Summer was an exception. There was a moment where, look, we can all look back and be like, I went full Brad.
I mean, I was there.
We were, yeah.
And as someone who was there at the DNC before I got kicked out, but on the last day, I actually found myself feeling a sense of anxiety.
Sorry, I want to clarify because he's saying this to kind of like, to demonstrate that he's like yes, he's there at the stage with fucking Crooked Media, which is like these guys used to work for Obama. This guy's the main dude, the host of this right here, used to be part of Obama's crew. I think one of the speechwriters or something like that. So Hassan's trying to paint himself like, oh well, yeah, I was at DNC, but I got kicked out. I'm too fucking much of a lefty. Notice how he said on the last day, so he played it safe until the last day, so he could like make use of that time. And why did he get kicked out? Hassan got kicked out. If it's not a complete work, Hassan got kicked out because he platformed Palestinian voices, people trying to do what exactly? That sounds admirable, right? Oh shit, he platformed Palestinians at the DNC. That's amazing because, the DNC, the Democratic Party, refused to like put him on stage, this and that. So he platformed them. Cool. What were they calling for? Liberation of Palestine. What were they calling? Arms blockade. What were they calling for? Oh no, they just wanted to have representation on the Democratic stage. While the Democratic Party committed a genocide against their people in Palestine, all they wanted was for the Democratic Party to handpick the speaker to approve the speech, but to just have representation. Wow, that sounds like the most pompadour thing imaginable. You just want to be represented. You just want to be seen with no actual commitment to change. And so that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't a work, because it's a great storyline. He got kicked out of the DNC. Never mind that it was the last day. Never mind that he got kicked out for platforming Palestinians that are compradors. Just focus on the fact that he got kicked out for platforming Palestinians. Don't ask who these Palestinians were, because then it will be revealed that these Palestinians were the comprador class, traitors to the liberation of Palestine, normalizers of Zionism, begging, literally on their fucking knees, on their asses, for the Democratic Party to just represent them. They just want to be tokenized so fucking bad that they were begging outside of the DNC to be allowed on stage. Approved speaker, approved speech. Disgusting. Subile? Okay, yeah, I'll go back. I forgot that I lowered it.
And enthusiasm and sense of fun. Brad Summer was an exception. There was a moment where, look, we can all look back and be like, I went full Brad.
I mean, I was there.
We were, yeah.
And as someone who was there at the DNC before I got kicked out, but on the last day, I actually found myself feeling a sense of anxiety over the course of every single day that passed, where I was like, why is everybody just like celebrating like we're at the end zone here when it is not a guarantee that Kamala Harris is going to win? And I kept warning over and over again that there were a lot of unaddressed issues that the Democrats just kind of never wanted to acknowledge at all. And
Can we not just be excited we had somebody who could talk, though? Could we just have had 1 week? We were excited for a week because she could talk.
No,
so that was great. So just give us a break.
No, but the excitement that came into the DNC was actually because for some reason, right? And the reason is because people finally realized Joe Biden was, his brain was leaking out of his ear. I'm sorry. and for that reason, I know there's probably a lot of Democratic Party staffers in here. They're going to get really pissed off for me for saying this, but
the thing is that we knew that Biden's like brain rot was present because Bernie carried him in their last fucking debate. Bernie carried him to the fucking finish line in his last fucking debate. Bernie carried a guy that said, I would veto Medicare for all. Not that it was ever going to get to his fucking desk, but if it did. Not that it would ever get to his fucking desk, but if it did, and people are like, yeah, that's just a hypothetical, this and that, it's just signaling that he will oppose true reform. Fucking reform. But these people, especially like the majority report, push back against the reality that Biden's like brain was rotting because the right wing was talking about it, because that's a reactionary talking point. We knew since the Bernie Sanders debate.
It almost felt like we had a competent party for once, and they were responsive to the people's needs. And that's the reason why everyone was excited. I was excited. When I saw Kamala Harris choose Tim Walz, when she could have just as easily gone with Josh Shapiro, for example, I was like, oh my God, is this happening? Is there like an actual progressive momentum backing this candidacy, backing this campaign?
Tim Walz that got praised by Donald Trump for calling the National Guard on protesters. Definitely part of the left.
And then they backpocketed him. And Kamala Harris went from saying that she was going to do price controls, and she actually very decently messaged around that by saying, we're just going to go after price gougers, right, at the grocery store, which was her most popular policy at the time, and directly addressed one of the main economic anxieties that people were experiencing. And then, lo and behold, her brother-in-law, who's head of legal at Uber, came on and was like, cut this economic populism shit out. And then you had $50,000 in tax credits for small business owners, and that was not addressing the problems that people were experiencing. And I think that we have to do the honest autopsy of this campaign and realize that maybe people were excited for the progressive momentum that they perceived the campaign actually was going to have, and the responsiveness that the party finally had to the people's desires, to the base of voters' desires.
Wait, why does he continue to pretend that Biden being physically incapable of debating was a response, like a positive response by the party? No, it was an act of desperation. And they had to push Biden out publicly because how bad it was. That wasn't a response to people's needs or wants. If that were the case, they would have had a fucking primary. If that were the case, they would have had a fucking primary. What is this narrative?
But then they kind of just threw that into the wind and just kept pumping Liz Cheney and refused to talk about.
Sorry for wanting to help. Poor Liz Cheney. Can I just do one thing on the honest autopsy though?
Poor Liz Cheney, who voted like, what was it, like 97% in alignment with Donald Trump. Poor Liz Cheney.
Because here, I actually, we can find some common ground on the economic populist stuff. I think that Kamala should have probably, in retrospect, obviously, had a more tangible message on economic populism. My problem with the Walz thing, though, is that that relates to the topic of this panel, is that I think if we're having an honest autopsy and looking back at the campaign, there were a lot of liberals that live on the coast that were like, whoa, this dude can change a carburetor, and I can put on a camo hat. Like, he's gonna really, that guy is really gonna connect with rural America, because he seems like a guy that really connects with rural America. And people who grew up in rural America who lived in red spaces are like, no, that is the guy who was the PFLAG teacher at the rural high school. And by the way, being the PFLAG sponsor at a rural high school is awesome. That's a great thing to be. Everybody loves that. That's great. But everybody who's from that world did not look at him and say, you code conservative, or you have conservative values like me. They coded him, it's like, oh, you're the nice liberal at the school, right? And so I think that if we're gonna have an honest...
That's actually not wrong, though. That's actually not fucking wrong. I think that's fairly accurate. That's right. I think that's correct. You know what it is, though? He looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy senior edition. That's what Tim Walz looks like to me. Could he have maybe played it up a little bit harder? Like I'm just a small town boy. Maybe, for sure. But he doesn't have the look, unfortunately. And that's why, I think a good strategy that JD Vance used was, I don't have the look to seem like I'm from you know, the backwoods and I'm this salt of the earth type of guy. So he took the approach of like, oh, I got out of the trenches, right? So like now I'm like, now I could wear a suit, now I could look good, now I could like be representing of the American dream, yada 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 yada, all that shit. But he doesn't play up that, like he doesn't try to play up the fact that he grew up in that environment to appear like a badass. He does it to demonstrate that you could get out of it through hard work and determination and selling yourself to fucking Peter Thiel.
Reflection on the last campaign, the economic populism stuff was a miss too, was a miss for sure. But being seen as being to the cultural left and being out of step with the country culturally on a wide variety of issues, whether it be social issues or COVID or free speech or just being able to chill on comedians' podcasts, like that was a miss, and it was and people misunderstood what Tim Walz was bringing to the table, because he was not able to do any of that.
Yeah, I think the cultural stuff is only relevant if that is ostensibly the only thing that you're bringing to the table. And unfortunately for the Democratic Party, I mean, these used to be wedge issues for a reason, right? These were concocted in think tanks with the deliberate design to make it seem as though there was some significant disagreements between the two parties, and they were created to make the Republicans more popular so that people would focus on whatever, you know, the Family Foundation decided was a more successful way to present anti-trans narratives after focus testing their message. And when people are focusing on that, they're always going to go, okay, well, the Democrats are silly. Why do they care about this? This is like a tiny sliver of the population. Instead, they should, like, every moment that they're talking about that is a moment where they're not talking about like affordability, where they're not talking about like a working class centered party.
Where are the Democrats that ran on trans issues? Show them to me, people. Where are they? They didn't.
No, I agree.
didn't.
I agree. They did
it was
not.
the Republicans.
But you actually brought that up, and I 100% agree with you. Where
Okay,
you said,
good. Sorry, I jumped out my seat.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you because you said the potholes.
Can I say something, y'all? Let me settle in for this. All right. This is how I'll phrase it. When you tokenize yourself, even in the most progressive spaces, you still have to play the part. You still have to present yourself as a caricature. You still got to do it. Preferably with some class. Preferably with enough of an excuse to where it's not overtly evident that you're entertaining white people. Just put it that way. I'm down for some pushback. Maybe I'm a little too critical. But was that organic? Was that organic? I don't think so. Is anybody else in this panel going to jump out of their seat? These are compradors. These are sellouts. This is what they sign up for. So again, while I'm willing to hear some pushback, maybe I am being too critical. It's kind of in the job description, isn't it? To be a little entertaining, to be a little flamboyant, to be a little bit over the top, to be a little bit of a caricature. Y'all want me to rewind that? Y'all are fucking crazy, bro. Y'all gonna get me in some fucking trouble sometimes. Ay.
Every moment that they're talking about that is a moment where they're not talking about like affordability, where they're not talking about like a working class centered party.
Where are the Democrats that ran on trans issues? Show them to me, people. Where are they? They did it.
No, I
they
agree.
did it.
I agree. They did
it was
not.
the Republicans.
But you actually brought that up, and I 100% agree with you. Where
Okay,
you said,
good. Sorry, I jumped out my seat.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you because you said the potholes, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about the potholes and your opponent.
Dog wig, honestly, while I've seen way worse, that was still cringe. Yeah, it's just, it was so disproportional. And that's when you could tell when they're kind of like, they're waiting to do their bit. Because you know they had to get one in there at least. To where they're running a risk. It's a gamble, right? Of like, well, I got to make sure I use it at some point, that I do the act at some point. But if I wait too long, there might not be an excusable moment to behave in this caricature manner. So sometimes they pounce too early on a moment out of desperation to just secure and lock in the performance piece. But yeah, it's just, bro. Look at this. Yikes. Ay, ay, ay.
People. Where are they? They did it.
No, I
they
agree.
did it.
I agree. They did
it was
not.
the Republicans.
But you actually brought that up, and I 100% agree with you. Where
Okay,
you said,
good. Sorry, I jumped out my seat.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with you because you said the potholes, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about the potholes and your opponent is constantly being like, well, what about trans people? Then they look insincere and they look silly. And there is no reason to betray marginalized groups and decide that we're going to actively write them out of the equation.
No, Jabari, like I want the pushback. For me, like the reason is the proportionality of it is a big red flag.
Because they're working class as well. And this is something that I have never compromised on, and yet seemingly I've been able to find like a very populist and robust movement in my own audience that does not compromise on these issues, but also is always in the affirmative, making the argument that we have to focus on kitchen table issues, if you want to use that kind of language around it, but like center the working class and try to seek out what their problems are, address them, and also make this earnest attempt and show that we are honest about actually fighting for them. And I think Zohran's campaign and its success was a fantastic example of this. I know people say it's in New York, but that's precisely what he did. 5 key issues. He went out, he asked people, what's your problem? I'm going to solve it. And he centered his campaign around 5 key issues of affordability in New York. And lo and behold, in spite of 22 billionaires spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to take him out, in spite of a very hostile media environment, especially leading up to the primary, or certainly after the primary. They genuflected a little bit by the end, but and all of these attack ads, he still won.
Yeah.
And again, to act like the Democratic Party does have a cap. The Republican Party won't. The Republican Party, you could be a straight up fucking pedo and they will still push you and support you and make excuses and Jesus Christ, washing the blood of the lamb and all that's forgiven, all that shit. The Democratic Party does have a cap. It's still pretty high up there. You can still get away with a lot of crime, a lot of really gross behavior, a lot of bullshit. But there's a cap nonetheless. Cuomo had gotten pushed out. This narrative that Mamdani did something unique by defeating somebody who had already been cast out. It's done to play for like his legend to appear like a giant slayer, when in reality, like you dealt with this washed, decrepit, hated, pervert Cuomo. And again, going into the wrestling terms, to get someone over, to get the younger generation over, you know, they got to defeat somebody older who's past their prime, who can't produce the type of entertainment, generate the type of attention and hype that a younger talent can. And they're already established as a character, excuse me. They're already established as a character So taking a loss isn't completely defeating. Sometimes it is, but if they're pushed out into retirement, but they still got a name to them. They can still survive after the defeat. Whereas if the younger performer is defeated by them, that's essentially the end of any potential that they have. Because while we love the underdog story, there rarely is second chances for some of us. And whatever Mamdani aligning with Zionism, he's still a brown man, a brown Muslim. So he doesn't have that much wiggle room, right? I don't think that the gentleman, the younger guy from was it Minnesota or Michigan? No, it was something with an M, who lost, who did from what I've seen did not capitulate to Zionists. I don't know if we're ever going to see him again, to be honest with you. So this idea that Mamdani did the impossible by defeating Cuomo, well, that's only if you focus on the name. That's only if you focus on the name and not on the reality of where Cuomo was in his political career. Minneapolis, I knew it was something with an M. Thank you, the Soulless King. Very much like Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez defeated Crowley. Hold on, and like, what was it, 2020 something? What year did she beat him? Crowley, what year was that? Year. Misspelled everything. 2018. Fuck, I'm old. This motherfucker was an old white dude. And we're gonna act shocked that he got beat by a young, attractive brown woman. Like is that like gonna be a shock to anyone? And I say young first because that's the major factor in that. The inspiration of youth. So he doesn't show up to debate her. Immediately misogynist, immediately racist, all things that are probably true. But the race is over then and there. It was at that point AOC's race to lose. Like it was up to her to make stupid moves to throw it away, to snatch victory from the jaws. Excuse me, to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. That was her fucking blunder to make, and she was too young and intelligent to do that, and she had too many. I mean, she was connected to the DNC at that point. Like, let's stop pretending that she was some bartender. But all I'm getting at is the narrative that is pushed forward that somehow these people defeated giants. That's not the case. They defeated people that were already on their way out, that were no longer, that were expendable to the Democratic Party. AOC Mamdani defeated people that were expendable to the Democratic Party. That's the issue there. Exactly, David Barnes. Tim Walz voted against Omar. Yep. Omar Fate? Yep.
No, it's your show.
I want to hear what
I am your guest.
God, this is going great.
Are we having fun yet?
I'm not it. Are we having fun yet? No, Jessica, I want
That's so fucking lame. If you haven't seen the show, it's a good fucking show. I don't think I haven't seen the reboot. The Party Down, man, I love this show, especially because in high school and right after high school I did catering. So when I found this show that was super slept on, everybody kind of blew up afterwards. Well, except Homegirl, she was already a Mean Girls. Star was already Freaks and Geeks. But afterwards, Lynch got Glee. I think a homie here got the Doctor Show on Adult Swim, where he was in it. And then Adam Scott eventually got Parks and Rec. And I think she got Masters of Sex on Showtime, if I'm not mistaken. I just don't know what this was done. Great fucking show. But when I worked for like a catering company, like, anywho, it becomes a cliche line to say, are we having fun yet? Because Adam Scott his character comes out in a commercial, like Bud Light or some shit like that, and that's his line. So as soon as I hear this, I'm like, ah, man. That's right. Silicon Valley. Star was in that as well. Episodes for me were very hit and miss. I just finished it out of like, I started out, I wanted to finish it. But the show did go down after TJ Miller, regardless of his craziness. The show went down without him for sure.
You respond, and then I want to kind of tease two things out here.
Well, I agree. I totally agree. I just exist in a world where we can't behave that way. Like, not everybody who's going to run for office or who wants to have a voice can build the platform that you have. You're ridiculously talented, and
Damn, thank you.
no, but even being
Fuck. Forget the word talent. Bill is fucking ridiculous. That he was handed by his uncle Cenk Uygur. That he was, completely aided and abetted by the pedal destiny. Understand that without Cenk Uygur and without the pedal destiny, without the genocide denier, Cenk Uygur, his uncle, without the pedal destiny. Look, people forget for whatever reason, Twitch is a little different. Their copyright things are a little different. These people will straight up put on Master Chef, will turn on the TLC network and react to that. And that's how they grew their fucking audience, by straight up stealing other people's content. I mean, Hassan was stealing other people's content up until recently, smaller channels. And would just walk out the fucking room. It was a fucking meme that he would just leave his fucking chair there. Because these people get everything handed to them, so they think they have the right to exploit other people's work and benefit from it.
to talk that long, or it's a skill set that I don't have. But
not
when
why
you
I'm watching
say
this, though.
we don't need to deal with this, and I agree with you about the ad, and I remember when that happened. There are people who are running in races where you need to do more than that. Like we were talking earlier, I was over doing Tim's pod with him. We're talking about Jared Golden not running in Maine. And Jared Golden can't afford to win, to not talk about the issues that his constituents genuinely care about, because they also vote for Donald Trump. And for some of them, they just want to hear someone say, listen, I want to protect everybody. I'm an inclusive guy, but whatever happened with Leah Thomas, or that's always like the lightning rod, trans athlete issue. I understand your concern about, trans women in women's sports. That doesn't mean Jared Golden needs to say, I want a ban on this. It means Jared Golden says, like the head of the NCAA did when they testified, that you're talking about 10 athletes out of 500,000. So it is a small fraction of the population, but I'm not going to dismiss your concerns. And this big tent and a winning coalition across this country has to be compromising about what people need to do to win their races. I'm not talking about being bigoted. I'm not talking about being nasty, but the country operates differently in different places.
This is the Ezra Klein line, where essentially they're saying we have to sacrifice people. We have to sacrifice. We can't afford to fight for the marginalized because the settlers are too backwards. The Euro-American backwardness, right? So we have to stop pushing people to forward, and we need to start tailing the masses. And in a settler colonial project, the masses are always going to be predominantly colonizers, and they are, by their role, backwards. We are 3 hours in, y'all. We're going to finish this video up, I should say specifically. If you haven't already, please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell. I go live Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We have YouTube memberships turned on. We got the Patreon up. Help out the channel any way you can. Super chats and super stickers are on. I appreciate the support. I appreciate y'all. Truly do. Get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. We got a solid group of people here. Let's make that motherfucker grow and have a good fucking time. Yes, and Walker. This fool would watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is how they grow their fucking audience. But all right. David Barnes never getting an 8-hour stream. 6 hours is already embarrassing enough.
And And I feel like we give lip service to that, but don't always behave that way.
The thing is, like, if the Democratic Party was defined by 5 key policies, okay? Medicare for all, a single-payer system, socialized medicine, right? Something of that sort, and a plan to expand the available housing units. I want socialized housing. That is not even broached. That's not even discussed amongst the Democratic Party. I want a federal jobs guarantee and a jobs program to build those houses, right? Free college and better education overall from K through 12. If those were like your 5 key signature campaign promises that directly tackle all of the issues that people, the economic hardships that people in the heartland are actually going through, and not just like highly educated liberals in big cities, then any moment that these people would turn around and be like, well, what about trans people? They're going to get healthcare too. You could just be like, okay, what do you not want healthcare because you think a trans person is going to get it?
I just want to be clear.
Is she gonna say it? Is she gonna say it? Is she actually gonna say it? Holy shit, bro. If you do not recognize settler colonialism as a primary contradiction, you're gonna say some dumbass fucking shit like that. Time and time again, the white working class has demonstrated they will sacrifice themselves. They will sacrifice themselves. They will throw away a better fucking life as long as black people don't get a better life themselves. Time and time again, decade after fucking decade, we see the same fucking shit. Because their alignment is to white supremacy first and foremost, not themselves, not their fucking children. Oh yeah, if you just promise them nice things, they'll be on your fucking side. Fuck no, they won't. When the fuck has that worked? You have to be so historically fucking ignorant. Or be pushing some fucking bullshit to say that. Mac, I see you in the chat. Mac's like, wrap it up, homie. We gotta talk. God damn, is she gonna say it? Is Simone Sanders actually gonna say it? Shit. I'll be honest, she'll surprise me if she says it. Oh, man. All right, let's see.
There was a moment on a debate stage where they weren't talking about trans people, but in the Democratic primary in 2020, they asked, there was one of the large primary debates, and they asked, well, do you think
you could promise? Yeah, man. I thought she maybe was going to jump on it, but my expectations were a little too high. To act like these settlers are rational. To act like settlers are rational. That they're not going to like invest in white supremacy first and foremost. You just haven't cracked open a fucking history book, homie. You just haven't. You could promise them the fucking sky. If you wave bigotry, racism in front of them, they'll take that every single time of the week. Every single fucking time. Jesus.
you think undocumented people should have health care? And people raised their hand and it was used as an attack ad, and it was an effective attack ad. So I think sometimes I agree with some of what you're saying. Okay, the dig at small businesses, I disagree with, because the biggest driver of wealth in
Dr. Ball, paging Dr. Ball.
American communities outside of government jobs, which is why the fact that 300,000 black women have lost their government jobs is a blow to like wealth ascension in this country for black women, is small businesses. And so the small business plan was a plan that spoke to working class black and brown people in this country who do not work at large corporations but had an idea, wanted entrepreneurship, and then they saw a plan for them. And so it was a wide, tense situation. But I guess my point is to Jessica, what Jessica is saying, yes, I do think candidates have to be, you gotta run for your district. You gotta run for the race that you're in. I'm a black woman from the Midwest every day, everywhere I go, okay? I live in Washington, D.C., but I'm black and I'm bald. So there are some things I think I hear when these conversations come up, and I've sat in strategist rooms when they've come up on campaigns I've worked on, and I hear them on the sets and the commercial breaks when we have some of these candidates on our show. It feels like to some people that look like me that the people within the party apparatus want folks to compromise on issues that for me are uncompromisable. When folks say that. And so, like, I do think that if the party is like, look, people need to, I think the answer is people need to run for the race that they're in. Okay, well, what does that mean? Does that mean when, because let's be very clear, Donald Trump and the Republicans, they aren't looking for a big tent. They're like, mass deportation, F you, look at my one good black person, shithole countries in Africa, all the brown people need to be deported. Women got blood coming down their eyes, but like, yay, we're going back to a meritocracy and that means only white men. Like, hold on, what? But they were winning. And so they didn't win because they opened up the aperture and let people do what they need to do. They won because they tripled down on what they believe, even if what they believe.
Right. That's just not, I'm sorry. That sounds good, and I like.
It's going to get interesting right now. It's going to get interesting. But it is funny how, like, when you're a comprador for the Democratic Party, you think that you're so different than being a comprador for the Republican Party. So when you look around, you're like, yeah, they only have one X person. Look at the stage you're on, bro.
Like it. I want it to be right. It's just not right.
They didn't win because they tripled down on what they believe?
No, they did triple down on what they believe.
Yes, they tripled down on racism.
Yeah.
It was populism, but populism is a thin ideology mixed with a thick ideology, according to Cass Mudd.
Simone,
Populism in a Sailor Colonial project is always going to, favor the colonizer if they've achieved becoming the numerical majority.
Populism had a lot of things in it. Was an economic populist, but populism had a little white supremacy in it, a little racism. Like Bernie Sanders is a populist in a different way than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He's a Zionist. He's a National Socialist. He's also a white supremacist. But let's normalize that.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I don't understand.
Here's the thing, though. Can I just say really quick, though? Here's the thing. Like, yeah, he doubled down on a bunch of terrible shit that they believe that's extreme. No doubt. No doubt. He also was seen as left of Kamala on foreign policy. He was seen as an anti-war candidate. He was seen as anti the Republican establishment on war. He cut to the middle on that.
Yeah, he lied about that, for sure.
He's a liar.
He lied.
Yeah.
He lied.
But then maybe our guy should lie about some things that are popular, too.
Okay,
I don't know.
I mean, Kamala did lie. Just not well enough. Just not about the right things, though. But she did lie repeatedly.
Now you sound like me during the campaign where I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing when you're not like addressing this stuff where Donald Trump can present himself as the peace candidate? That was insane to me. But obviously, sending Bill Clinton to Dearborn to talk about Judea and Samaria, as most people were seeing.
All right.
Most people were seeing.
I want to bring us back.
Children on their timeline every day.
Let's not pretend like they didn't moderate on things. That's all I'm saying.
I'm having so much fun.
No, I'm sorry. You cannot have a convention where you have signs that say mass deportation now.
I'm not saying he wasn't a moderate. I'm saying he moderated on things.
Ethnocentric nationalist version of this country and say that he moderated. What he did is say, people in Gaza, you should vote for me because Joe Biden ain't doing what you want. That's not a moderation. He had good rhetoric, but his policy was consistent. And the vice president on that debate stage said all of the things that he was saying that he would do, and he has outdone them. He said he was going to send the military into the streets. He was saying it on the campaign. That's not moderation. That's fascism. He said he was going to deport all of these people in this country. That is what he said. That it's not just the criminals. He's coming for anybody that is in this country who is undocumented. So I can't get with the, well, Donald Trump didn't moderate a bit. No, they tripled down on the bad stuff and had nice graphics.
Hold on. Ronaldo, what are we doing, bro? Earlier with the heterosexual thing, now with the line about his sexuality. I don't follow the bulwark like that. I didn't know. Somebody mentioned that he's gay and that he's married. I don't care. That's already too homey. What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? You've been around long enough to know that, yeah, but we don't hate like that, dog. There's a plethora of things to hate about that individual. That there is no need to bring up their sexuality, whatever the fucking case. I think I do a decent enough job to highlight that we hate these people for their alignment to settler colonialism, to empire, to genocide, to white supremacy. Not with who they sleep with, not with their sexuality, none of that shit. Let's hate correctly. Come on. Now I got to go back a little bit.
I want to bring us back.
Pretend like they didn't, let's not pretend like they didn't moderate on things. That's all I'm saying. He moderated.
I'm having so much fun.
No, yeah. You who to yeah, what a novel idea. Politicians lying. They're fighting over whether or not they should lie better. How much should they lie is the fucking question. How they tail the fucking Republican Party is just every single time.
No, I'm sorry. You cannot have a convention where you have signs that say mass deportation now.
I'm not saying he wasn't a moderate. I'm saying he moderated on things.
Ethnocentric nationalist version of this country and say that he moderated. What he did is say, people in Gaza, you should vote for me because Joe Biden ain't doing what you want. That's not a moderation. He had good rhetoric, but his policy was consistent. And the vice president on that debate stage said all of the things that he was saying that he would do, and he has outdone them. He said he was going to send the military into the streets. He was saying it on the campaign. That's not moderation. That's fascism. He said he was going to deport all of these people in this country. That is what he said. That it's not just the criminals. He's coming for anybody that is in this country who is undocumented. So I can't get with the, well, Donald Trump didn't moderate a bit. No, they tripled down on the bad stuff and had nice graphics and good and smiled through it.
So I want to bring us back.
Simone?
All right, Hassan, quick, and then I want to bring us back.
Simone is absolutely right, 100%. And these were things that I was screaming about nonstop.
You
but
said
there was
agreed
also
with me that he ran to the left of Kamala on foreign policy.
On foreign
That's
policy.
moderating. He
on
moderated
foreign policy.
He didn't run on the unpopular Republican views on foreign policy.
This is why it's so exhausting and performative. Literally, like, the difference was that. Literally, the difference was that he moderated himself in terms of, we're going to end the war, this and that, while Kamala Harris is like, we're going to make the deadliest military. But that's why, like, populism is so fucking, in a lot of ways, fascism too. Like, it's nothing and everything. It's whatever it needs to be. But it's just lying. It's just consistently lying. But that's essentially what they're like. They're not even concerned about. The frustrating part about liberals is the hyper focus on Republicans and not self-reflect enough. To be upset about this debate, this disagreement. Yeah, what a shit show. About whether or not Trump was a moderate or not, whether he pulled back or not. He speaks out of both sides of his mouth. Who gives a fuck? And his cult does not care whether he lies or not. The Epstein files is his prime example of that. How quickly did they get over that shit? The question is, why was Kamala Harris consistently lying? Why didn't she have actual positions and beliefs and support for anything? That's what you should be doing here. Your concern is rebranding the Democratic Party. Not what the fucking Republicans did right or wrong, whether they lied or didn't lie. What were their true political positions? I don't understand it.
He ran to the left on foreign policy only because the Democrats came out and said, I'm going to have the most lethal military. Because unfortunately, I mean this sincerely, I don't think the Democrats actually saw the threat of Donald Trump as a significant enough threat, because if they were, they would have locked in and had better messaging overall and tried to at least establish a base of support with counter narrative, with counter messaging leading up to the election, not in the aftermath or not during the election, but leading up to the election, because Republicans.
It's not that they didn't see him as a legitimate threat or enough of a threat. It's that they know that even if they lose to him, they're still winning. They have no true incentive to win. Like, they have no skin in the game. So whether they lose or not, they still benefit. In fact, financially, I wouldn't go so far as to say financially they win more under Trump. But it's not like a huge loss not to be in control of the White House. Not for them, not personally, that's for sure.
They act as though there is an election every single day. They are constantly on message. They're constantly creating an alternative reality with lies, saying that undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a metric ton of the crimes that are taking place in American cities, when that is an abject lie, okay? And when I talk to congresspersons, whether it be at the DNC or even before, even after, and I tell them, why the fuck aren't you guys counter-messaging against this? We are a nation of immigrants. America is the most diverse nation on the fucking planet. It is literally the reason why we are such a domineering force beyond all these other, beyond all the other, violent reasons. But
Yeah. Besides the empire, it's just, you know, the melting pot is what makes us a superpower. That's what it is. What kind of American exceptionalist bullshit propaganda is that?
But like that is one of the most redeemable aspects of America that I personally love, that the Democrats completely dropped because they were scared. They saw that one poll from the Pew Center of Research that said that 66% of Americans want mass deportations. That exact same poll also showed that if given two options, mass deportation and mass amnesty, that the majority always chose mass amnesty. So why is that never communicated? Because Americans, sure, the median voter, trying to understand where the median voter is coming from is impossible, okay? You will kill yourself if you try to understand what these people are thinking.
You just lost me, Hassan. I was with you halfway through that, but you lost me. But
I mean, it's not hard when you're actually like part of the masses and not this fucking elite, not a multimillionaire. It's not hard. It's not difficult. But all right. To change their minds is another conversation, but to know what they're thinking, that should be fairly easy.
No, but what I'm trying to say is this, okay? There are Trump supporters out there, okay, that have been deluded into thinking that Donald Trump represented a change, and obviously we saw that buyer's remorse this past Tuesday, right? Especially in Hispanic communities where they were like, oh, I can't believe that he is actually doing mass deportation. And it's you know, we're in DC, it's a fairly liberal crowd, and we laugh at those people, but like I talk to those people every day, and there were people that genuinely thought they...
He talks to those people every day? Doesn't he stream for like 7-8 hours a day? When the fuck does he talk to those people? Like, does he have like open call-ins, Q&As? Like what average voter is watching Hassan Piker? What average voter is Hassan Piker talking to? Why just blatantly lie like this?
They genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Undocumented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal. And they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. Yeah. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented.
So I think that's a good point. And I think I sort of agree with Tim and with Simone about this.
Impossible.
No,
fundamental rift.
Because
I'm tapping out. I'm sorry. This was just, it's difficult. I thought I was like, yeah, no, we'll have a chill day. We'll watch this. We made it 40 minutes. I can't do it anymore. Should we let him answer and then we tap out? Let's do that.
Because one of Trump's gifts is I think he convinced a lot of people he was going to go after criminals, but he also said at the convention that they were going to do mass deportations. And I think how to bring it back is that is possible because of a big void. So Trump can do a lot. Trump has room to operate, to maneuver. Why? Because he has built an authentic connection with millions of people who believe him, who have his back, who think, yeah, he'll compromise. It is inconceivable that Kamala Harris would appoint Mike Pence to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Inconceivable. We wouldn't live in that world. But Trump can appoint a Kennedy to run the health department.
What the wait, hold on. I'm so fucking glad. Bro, why do they do this? I'm so fucking glad I let him respond. Or that I continue playing it. I gave him fucking permission. I'm a fucking idiot. We'll have Republicans in her cabinet. Bro, this isn't my fucking job. I'm not a fucking DC insider. Yeah. DC insider. I didn't work for fucking Obama. Why lie? Harris says she would appoint a Republican to her cabinet if elected. Should we just listen to it? No, that's climate. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences, and I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican. I don't know. I tell you this all the fucking time. I am not uniquely intelligent. I'm not uniquely tapped in. I'm not doing some extraordinary fucking research. So are they purposely being dishonest? Like, have they sold out that much that they're proactively lying and not just misinformed? Because he just said there's no world where Kamala Harris would have a Republican appointed whatever. She said there would be. And that world would be if she won. You know, now that I remember this, is this the video? I hope it's a fucking video. Hold on. Now that I pulled this up, I remember having a conversation about this with a coworker, older gentleman who's big, Democratic voter. And I was like, hey, like, bro, like she's going to put a Republican in her. Oh, because I was arguing with him about Democratic Party doesn't view the Republicans as their enemy. And he goes, yes, they do this and that. They're fighting them. What do you mean? This and they're different parties, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why is Kamala Harris saying she's going to have a Republican in her cabinet? She didn't say that. Pull up an article, MSNBC or NBC, whatever. It says it right here. Oh, they misquoted her. I pull up the video. Change the subject.
Voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it
this is when she lied, but that's
because
not...
you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
No, this isn't the right one. This is her straight up just lying. Let's see if I can find the video. Or was that in print? Here we go.
You had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone
yes,
in mind?
I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse. But I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different,
center right, far right, diversity.
Views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
What did he just fucking say? What does this fucking filthy fucking liar just say?
One of Trump's gifts is I think he convinced a lot of people he was going to go after criminals, but he also said at the convention that they were going to do mass deportations. And I think how to bring it back is that is possible because of a big void. So Trump can do a lot. Trump has room to operate, to maneuver. Why? Because he has built an authentic connection with millions of people who believe him, who have his back, who think, yeah, he'll compromise. It is inconceivable that Kamala Harris would appoint Mike Pence to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Inconceivable. We wouldn't live in that world.
In fact, Mike Pence would be the most conceivable one. You know why? Because he stood against Trump. He was true to the Constitution and not to Donald Trump. See how easy to spin that narrative is? You see how easy it was to spin that narrative. In fact, Mike Pence might be the worst fucking example for this bullshit fucking lie. if she was going to pick a Republican, it would be fucking Mike Pence. It would have been Mike Pence because she has a built-in excuse of, yeah, that was just the hype of saying, I have Donald Trump's VP in my cabinet now, on my team. So that's you know, a benefit giving a bird to fucking Donald Trump, whatever. But on the flip side, in order to combat those of us on the left, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Be like, he wasn't willing to go through with Trump's coup, with his coup attempt. That actually would have been a genius fucking move. I'm not even gonna lie. That would have been fucking awesome. That, like, in terms of narrative and story, that would have been fucking awesome. An awesome fucking move that would have made us look fucking crazy. You know, flat out lying.
But Trump can appoint a Kennedy to run the health department. Why? Because he has built such a credible, loyal following that because of the authentic way in which
Kamala Harris. You got problems?
The Armchair Mexican, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that is a good point. Pence or Liz Cheney? Oh, Liz Cheney for sure. Are you kidding me? What was her voting record with Trump? I know I said it earlier, but let's see. Trump voting record, because she voted against impeachment 93%. In 93%. And she was out in the campaign trail with Harris. So yeah, the Armchair Mexican, Marxican, excuse me. Thank you for the super chat. 100%. 100%. Damn. Oh man. I should have voted for Harris. God damn it. I would have loved to have seen that. The new accelerationism is voting for Democrats. Fuck it. Ooh, that would have been dope. That would have been, I mean, to be honest though, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? Jeez. Stop. Liz Cheney, Secretary of State or Defense. Yep. That would have been fucking hilarious. 93%. Wow. Okay.
Stall. Well, you can look. You can. Yes, it is.
The new drop, 30 VO. I voted for Donald Trump. Got a problem?
Certainly become a cult, right? And then you look at our side, and you.
Yeah, they're the only cult around here, bro. They're the only fucking cult. You're not blatantly lying for a fucking loser.
Department. Why? Because he has built such a credible, loyal following that because of the authentic way in which you don't agree with that.
Cult. No, it's just
cult.
Cult.
Well,
Upgrading
you can look. You can. Yes, it has certainly become a cult, right? And then you look at our side, and you find the politicians that have that kind of authentic connection to the voters. You look at the list of leadership of the Democratic Party. How far down do you go before you have somebody that can fill an arena? You have to get to Bernie Sanders. You go to Barack Obama. You go to Zohran Mamdani. You go to AOC. It is largely on the left. That is the truth of this moment. But it wasn't always true. Barack Obama didn't run from the left. He ran against Washington. Bill Clinton had that kind of momentum. He actually ran from the right. But right now, that energy and connection is coming from the left. And so Hassan lays out a group of policies that are.
It's so cute how they'll acknowledge, and he did in the beginning of this about Bill Clinton, like sarcastically being perfect. He's doing it now that Bill Clinton was running to the right of where the party was. But somehow they won't acknowledge that the Democratic Party is a right-wing party. That is a little bit too far. Let me see here. We will, let's see. No, yeah. Let me play a little bit of this conversation. Hey, the brother Soli right there. Go use the bathroom. I'm gonna go check on the dog. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like. Do me a favor, hit the like. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. The majority?
Not entirely.
There were majority secular Jews.
There were certainly some elements of the
majority
Zionist movement that certainly emerged out of Europe. But I'm saying right now.
So it says here, the first political Zionist meeting was held in Switzerland. The movement's headquarters later moved from Austria to Germany. It aimed to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine due to rising anti-Semitism. So just so folks can see what's on this if they can't see.
Now, I am thinking about the future. I am thinking about Gaza. What happened in Gaza on October 7th was not because of Zionism.
What happened in Gaza on October 7th?
What happened with the attack that Hamas launched as a terrorist organization. You have taken an entirely different approach to thinking about October 7th. You
Right.
have eaten up the Hamas propaganda that says October 7th happened because of Zionism.
And you're eating
Because
up the Zionist propaganda, right? Because I don't ever hear you bringing up, and I've seen many of your interviews, I don't see you ever bringing up the IOF, if you want to call them the IDF, the Hazenga, where they came from, right? They started as a terrorist militia, did they not? Were they not killing
That's
British
irrelevant.
soldiers? How is that irrelevant?
How is that irrelevant? The Israeli Defense Forces originally formed from the Haganah and its military branch, the Palmach, to resist Nazi forces. After World War II, they operated underground, taking actions Israelis consider resistance and Arabs consider terrorism. Not just Arabs, by the way, but
So where they came from, and they continue to impose that upon the Palestinian population. I ask you, why is it that in the West Bank, there's nobody stopping all the colonization that is still occurring?
Are you Palestinian?
I'm Mexican.
Have you lived in the Gaza Strip?
No, when you were run out, right? When you aligned yourself with, what was that organization you're involved with? Ah, man. Because I know you work for the Atlantic Council right now, right?
Do you know anything about my history?
Yes, I do.
So tell me,
Your
what is my
parents
history?
were forced into Gaza, were they not? They grew up in a refugee camp, were they not?
Do you know anything about Hamas and how it treats Palestinians in the Gaza Strip? Do you know anything?
Not worse than Israelis and Zionists treat them.
Do you know that in the past 2 days,
we agree.
Hamas executed dozens of Palestinians who were hungry, who were desperate, as Hamas was looting.
Dozens of Palestinians. Meanwhile, the Zionist entity exterminated 33 of your family members.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please.
all right. So folks, I'm going to leave the link in the show description again for you to watch the entire thing. If you like. Unfortunately, Carlos doesn't make a return really until that you see that little postscript interview that they give where you know.
I never watched that. I need to fucking get myself to watch it. In terms of memberships for YouTube, that's turned on now, y'all. For the emojis and like fucking badges and stuff. Y'all have any ideas? Let me know, because like I could be petty and like, you know, we can continue just like the alerts make fun of liberals. I got voted off the island permanently. But also, like, I don't know, would it be wrong to have, like, you know, like I said, like some Hugo Chavez or something like that? Or would that be too cringy? I don't know. But I don't want to get stuck in just being a hater.
From the left. Like, I'm not for socialized housing. I'm for building a ton of housing.
Boo.
That's okay. But it is a void that the left is currently filling, that the leadership of the Democratic Party is not. How does...
Sorry, DFTP, I posted before, I'd recommend socialist, indigenous, revolutionary artwork as emojis. Yeah. It's just also finding them and shit. All right.
Trump get away with all this stuff? How do we get defined as being anti-trans? The other day, Bernie Sanders was asked about the border, and he said, "Oh, country's got to have a border." And that pissed off some people.
Me too.
It pissed off some people on the left. Did it piss off us on?
I mean, I disagree with Bernie Sanders' message around that, because obviously, yes, nation states have well-defined borders and boundaries.
But my point about it is,
Oh my gosh, bro. You think Hassan will ever call Bernie a national socialist? I mean, does he hesitate to call him a Zionist? I wouldn't know. Wouldn't be surprised. Emma Vigeland is uncomfortable calling him a Zionist.
The other day, Bernie Sanders was asked about the border, and he said, "Oh, country's got to have a border." And that pissed off some people on...
Me too.
That's not what he fucking said. It's not, I mean, yes, that was part of what he said. That wasn't why people got pissed. If Bernie would have been just said, "Hey, we need to have a secure border. We need borders. I don't think any would like it's just like, okay, yeah, that's what Bernie would say, something like that. Bernie Sanders, bro, I'll pull it the fuck up. God damn, man. Why does he have to downplay? When he's not lying, he's downplaying shit. Like the real concern. He praised Donald Trump while ICE is kidnapping people in broad daylight. Doing fucking drive-by pepper spraying people. He praises Donald Trump's crackdown on the border.
If you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation, right? In a sense. So
if he would have just said that, people were like, well, yeah, that makes sense, whatever. Nope, has to go further. Because he's a fucking nationalist.
historically the United States done well under Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no.
Oh, man. It's just fucking lying. In fact, it's usually they crack down harder previously, prior to Trump, under a Democratic president.
Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border. And it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it.
And Biden didn't do it, and those before him didn't do it. The deporter in chief didn't do it. All right, bro.
We should have a secure border, period. If you don't have any borders.
Man.
It pissed off some people on the left. Did it piss off us on?
I mean, I disagree with Bernie Sanders' message around that because obviously, yes, nation states have well-defined borders and boundaries.
But my point about it is he can say that with confidence because everyone knows what Bernie Sanders stands for.
Yes.
And so
No. Everyone does not know what Bernie Sanders stands for. He stands for National Socialism. He stands for fucking Zionism, which is white supremacy. He stands for settler colonialism. That's what he fucking stands for. And no one on that fucking stage calls him out for it. Not Hassan Piker, not the Majority Report, not the Vanguard, not TYT, not fucking, you name them. David Packman, nobody is criticizing. I almost lost my shit. I was like, I gotta remember, I think I have like another month of fucking behaving for that fucking warning to not turn into a fucking strike. I'm being censored by the YouTube. God damn it.
when he is asked about trans issues, when he is asked about issues in which Democrats are not at 55-45, but at 30-70, whatever it may be, he can either say, you know what, I don't care about that, I'm not talking about that, or he can answer in a way that maybe riles some of the base, but you trust him. And that to me is the connection between, honestly, the kind of like what seems a bit frivolous, like are we having fun, and the actual hard work of politics. Like Zohran, you said, was moderating in the last few weeks of the campaign. I was glad to see that. Tim and I are both people that push.
He was fucking selling out. They're saying moderating, right? God damn.
Zohran, you said, was moderating in the last few.
Yeah. That's interesting. Is that how Zon's like that's the narrative shift that he's doing? Oh, no, he's not aligning with Zionism and demonstrating himself to be malleable to the fucking state. He's moderating himself. All right, buddy.
Few weeks of the campaign. I was glad to see that. Tim and I are both people that push him hard.
I almost got a t-shirt.
I am to the left of
came
Tim.
out against him, and I was like, okay, we're in business now, Z.
I mean, the reason why Zohran was moderating on, I don't know what he was moderating on. I guess like maybe you guys were talking about like the policing stuff, even though it was.
No fucking way, bro. No fucking. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. He's a real revolutionary for the people. What are you talking about? He's a democratic socialist, man. He's a socialist. I mean, he's a socialist. Yeah, that's what he is. Again, why lie? Why lie? There's no need to fucking lie. There's never a need to fucking lie about this shit. God damn. Homie, he didn't invite you to the VIP section already. It's a fucking wrap. He doesn't need you anymore. God damn. I'm not gonna pull it up because it's unnecessary and it's petty. We're already almost 4 hours in. But this would try to get into the Mamdani's VIP section, and he got rejected. And he said, "I have 70,000 people watching." Lord, that does not exist. Respectfully, never allow me to be like that. I don't want 70K. Fuck that. That sounds terrifying, to be honest with you. Sounds creepy. Pulling it up. Pull it up. Fuck it. Ah, man. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Hassan. The problem is that the only people that document this stuff. Let's see if it's still.
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
I do not have you for the upstairs list, the VIP section. Okay.
Can I see your ticket tape?
Oh, I'm staff. I'm
Oh,
just escorting.
okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're
So we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
I do not. But do you have this wristband? I can also just check.
Well, so I thought movement builders could go upstairs, no? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure
Upstairs
on my
just
end.
more seating area.
Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
Oh yeah, bro. I just wanted alcohol. I'm good, bro. Like, oh yeah. No. I didn't even want to go. I didn't want to rub elbows with Mamdani. Nah, bro. Nah. I just want a drink. There's no drinks anywhere else, but upstairs.
But there's 72,000 people watching.
Oh, great.
Bro, so fucking pathetic. There's 72,000 people watching. Do you know who I am? He did. Do you know who I am, bro? That's sad. Oh, I muted it.
But there's 72,000 people watching.
Oh, great.
Bro,
Moderate.
And I was like, okay, we're in business now, Z.
I mean, the reason why Zohran was moderating on, I don't know what he was moderating on. I guess like maybe you guys were talking about like the policing stuff, even though it was now.
That's not even the worst. The bootlicking on Fox News is not the worst. It's literally saying I'm gonna have Zionists in my administration. Of all spectrums of Zionism. Of all spectrums of Zionism was the worst part. Let's see. What is this? Zionist of all spectrums, of entire spectrum, some shit like that. Let's see here. Is it back up? Because I know for a while the archives was down. Is it back? We're back, baby. Freedom of information, y'all. Gotta love it. And then we're looking for his Zionist quote. He says, I'm not a Zionist, but I'm going to have Zionists in my... Let's see. Wait, is this... Oh, this wasn't it. What the fuck? Why would I get suggested this? Why would they... What the fuck would I get this? I don't give a fuck about Zionists fucking tripping out. Oh, it's just gonna be a bunch of bullshit now. It's buried now. Let's see here. This is a problem once they win. A lot of their bullshit gets buried in a fucking... on a pile of positive fucking bullshit. I remember this. Are they all going to be like this? I vaguely remember we had this issue at first. Why do this? Why screenshot like fucking name? Let's try this. Give me 1 second. So I want the actual quote, but I have it on Twitter, but I want the actual quote in terms of the web page. Let's see. I think it's gonna work, but fuck it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Give me 1 second, y'all. And we'll have it right up. Nah, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking one. Oh well. I'll pull it up on Twitter and then we'll go from there. Is mine gonna have it? Yeah, here we go. Appreciate your patience, y'all. He said, I am not a Zionist, he said in a soft-spoken tone, referring to the Jewish right to political sovereignty. Yeah, sure. I'm also not looking to create a city hall or a city in my image. I'm going to have people in my administration who are Zionists, whether liberal Zionists, or wherever they may be on that spectrum. And some of them, I'll know about their thoughts about Zionism. Many of them, I won't, because the questions I'll ask them when I'm looking to hire them will not be questions about Israel and Palestine. It will be for the sanitation commissioner about garbage. Homie, you are garbage. And all your supporters as well, including those making excuses. Oh, what? What? When did he moderate himself?
Now that the moderate,
and I was like, okay, we're in business now, Z.
I mean, the reason why Zohran was moderating on, I don't know what he was moderating on. I guess like maybe you guys were talking about like the policing stuff, even though it was, now that the election is over, we can be honest about it. That Zohran Mamdani did this brilliant thing that got liberals to basically come to terms with a lot of things that liberal media had considered radical, right? Because he had a way with, he had a really good way of communicating these.
Can you generously call that he did a good job of listening, seeming curious, and being persuasive to bring more people into his
Sure,
side?
yeah.
Well,
but one of the things that he did, but he was still on
What delusion is this?
compromising. Defund the police always was about making sure that the headcount either remained stable, but then we actually turned around and
Defund the police was always, first of all, defund the police was already the liberal fucking. It's abolish the police, but that got watered down into defund the police. But suddenly it's about keeping the head count stable. God damn, bro.
restructure some.
Come on. Now who's doing it? Now you're the PR guy. That's the most political you've sounded.
No, but the thing is, it has a bad rap. No matter what you say or do, Democrats immediately attacked it. They said this is a danger, and it's partially because Americans really love police. It's unfortunate. I don't know how, because they don't do their fucking jobs ever. And I wish they would, because I'm not saying we can
for police
live in
never
a.
do their jobs ever.
I want to be able to call the police. I just don't want them to think I'm a suspect when they show up.
Exactly.
We
We want a presence of law and order.
Bro. This is the left. This is the fucking left. We want law and order. Do you see why we need to view these people as our fucking enemies? Is that a dog whistle or a fucking trumpet? God damn, bro. These motherfuckers hired like a mariachi band over here in fucking. We want law and order. We want law and order. Wow. Oh, you're rich, rich. You sure as fuck do.
But, and I wish they would.
And then don't let Simone Sanders slide either. What she means by that is she wants to make sure that the cops are there to regulate the poors, the peasants, los plebes. That's what she means by that.
Would, because I'm not saying we can
for police
live in
never
a.
do their jobs ever.
I want to be able to call the police. I just don't want them to think I'm a suspect when they show up.
Exactly.
I
We
I'll
want.
dial 911.
We want a presence of law and order. And unfortunately, in many communities, police's presence is lawlessness and disorder. Now, having said that, he wanted to not reduce the head count necessarily, but at least like bring in social workers to take away some of the bandwidth, some of the workload from the police. And that was a message that resonated with even Tim Miller, it seems.
Oh, that's sidestepping the issue that he was publicly apologizing, bootlicking the NYPD on Fox News, privately as well, like on his free time. All right, whatever, bro. Like, we don't kink shame around here. Whatever floats your boat. That's what you're into. That's what you're into. You're a married man now. You went to Dubai, the UAE to get married. Beautiful. Whatever. Hey, apparently we're normalizing everything. We're normalizing all genocidal parties. Awesome. Beautiful. Nice to see. True revolutionary force. Awesome. Man of the people. Love it. Anywho, it's that he walked back his statements of the NYPD being racist homophobes. He walked that shit back. It wasn't nobody. You think if he would have not had those statements when he was trying to appear like a chingon online, like a fucking badass, you think anybody would have been upset that he was like, oh yeah, we need to invest money in social workers so that the cops have time to focus on real crime, on law and order stuff? No, not really. I don't think most people would have been concerned about that. It's the fact that he was saying defund the police and they're fucking racist bigots. And he apologized on Fox fucking News. He was apologizing on that shit. Where is it? Let's see. I know I had it recently. Oh, actually, I know exactly what's gonna be. My bad. Oh no, that's gonna take me over here. Here we go. This is this one, right?
As former hostages celebrate recently are going to come up tomorrow night, and Hamas and the return
days that is emblematic in our policies right here in New York. And what I was too early.
Right now, you just talked about Israelis killing some Palestinians, but Hamas
turned, and I that any few.
No, it's not this one. It's gonna be this one.
On to New York, you want to be the.
We're doing so. That's why I learn more.
The question. I know that you want to stimulate small business there, and that they don't feel safe walking home at night. There's drug addicts on the street, right around the corner here. You can walk around the corner and see people shooting up. A lot of garbage on the streets right now.
There's a meth lab right here in the studio. They are currently making meth in the studio because New York is rampant with drug abuse.
Subway is something that people are really concerned about. Last week, 64-year-old Nicola Tanzi, who was a church leader, a pillar in his community, was brutally beaten to death. I tried to watch this video in preparation.
What? I tried to watch the video. Oh, fuck is wrong with you, bro?
It's very hard to watch in a subway station in Brooklyn. 25-year-old David Mazarregos had a 20-inch sword. He's the suspect in this case. He was out. They lowered his bail so that he could get out. He was already waiting a trial for attacking someone in Chelsea. 33 past arrests. You were in favor of bail reform. Does that make you want to change your mind or think twice about reversing that?
This is a horrific incident, and it's the same video that I saw. And it's
what the fuck? These was just watching this shit on the spare time. I watch fights. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'll watch fights, but I'm not watching like some weird ass shit like that. Where does he start licking the boots? Where is the boots? Where are the boots? Here we go.
For the language that I used, and I spoke to them about.
You said in the past, I almost don't need to go through it, it's been said many times, but that you called the police force racist, said they were a major threat to public safety.
He's trying not to laugh, bro. I like the taste of boots, all types of boots. I love them so much.
Called them wicked and corrupt. And now the report that you apologized.
He meant wicked awesome.
To 24 members of the NYPD. What did you say to them?
I apologized for the language that I used, and I spoke to them about the fact that I want to work with them to deliver public safety. Because what we're seeing in the city right now is we're asking officers to do nearly everything we can think of. We used to ask officers to focus on serious crime, homeless health calls. In 1 year.
Yeah, and you know what they told me? That 1 out of 3 of those, the person has, they're very, very dangerous interactions. You're going to send a social worker in there?
You can always have a police officer actually come to address that. But look, you're saying 1 out of 3. 2 out of it's closer to 6-2.
Or is
spoke to. They don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology.
They want some
for the
PDA,
things
homie.
that you suggested about them. Will you do that
They
right
want
now?
that public
Absolutely,
display.
I'll apologize to police officers right here because this is the apology that I've been sharing with many rank and file officers. And I apologize because of the fact that I'm looking to work with these officers, and I know that these officers, these men and women who serve in the NYPD, they put their lives on the line every single day. And I will be a mayor that
What changed your mind about it?
Yeah.
You know, I moved to the.
But what flavor boot was it that just altered your taste buds? It's an acquired taste, right?
The city when I was 7 years old. I grew up here. And 2 of the things that I thought often about was safety and justice. And growing up here, learning
in the American way
about the case of the exonerated 5, learning about Sean Bell, learning about Eric Garner, learning about Michael Brown, and then in 20.
And then I said, fuck all them. NYPD, blue, no matter who, means Blue Lives Matter as well.
2020, the year where all of these tweets are referring to. It was the year when George Floyd was killed. And it felt like safety and justice had never been further apart. And it was actually Eric Adams in 2021 who said that New Yorkers need not choose between these 2 things. And so one of my focuses was, how do we deliver that justice? And now what I know, having represented 100,000 people in Western Queens, is that to deliver that justice, you have to also deliver that safety. And that means representing the men and women in the NYPD. It means representing the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. It means representing the Muslim New Yorkers in my district who were surveilled on the basis of their faith.
That's 68%.
And you know who did that surveillance? Jessica Tisch, that you're keeping as police commissioner. Gotta fucking love it. Gotta fucking love it.
You liked it.
It was.
You want to defund the police now.
No. I want to.
This episode is
The way
brought
that
to
they
you by
water
Walmart.
everything fucking down. The way that they water everything fucking down is so unbearable. I think this is a good moment to stop because I do want to go over one more article before we wrap up today. We're at 4 hours in. I think this is a good moment to stop. Let me see if I could find this real quick. I have it right here, but it's also behind a fucking paywall. Here we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Where are we at? Thank you all so much for sticking around through that. That was fucking brutal. I know usually we have, better time here. But goddamn, man. Sometimes we got to do it. Let me see if I can find this. And I don't think I have. Oh shit. All right, cool. There it is. There it fucking is. Let's see if we get lucky, y'all. Against Mamdani's wishes, Gen Z councilman plans to challenge Jeffries. Is it Che Ose, a far-left city councilman, aligned with the policies of Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City, has told political allies that he is planning to challenge Representative Hakeem Jeffries, the top House Democrat, in next June's primary. Mr. Ose, 27, young, hopes to follow Mr. Mamdani's unlikely path, combining a vibrant social media presence in an insurgent campaign and on-the-ground support from left-leaning groups. What groups are these? As New Yorkers flood early voting sites, undecided become price target. Okay, anywho. But he may not have the mayor-like support. Mr. Ose has spoken to various Democrats about his intentions and is expected to announce his bid against Mr. Jeffries in the next few weeks, according to people who have spoken to him in recent days. When asked about his plans, Mr. Ose did not confirm or deny them. He said in a statement that he had been hearing a lot of concerns about Democratic Party leadership. It's a big part of why I worked so hard to get Zohran elected and defeat the establishment champion, Andrew Cuomo. This fool was in your fucking corner, bro. This fool was in your fucking corner, wait. Right now, I'm focused on serving my constituents and guaranteeing the success of Zohran's agenda at City Hall, he added. Mr. Mamdani has privately tried to discourage his ideological ally from running. The mayor-elect and his team fear that another high-profile challenge from the left might compromise his own bid to push the Democratic establishment to support his affordability agenda. Bro, how many days has he been in office, or what the fuck? He got inaugurated in the fucking first or some shit, right? God damn. Jeez. Mr. Mamdani also may want to avoid the optics of having Mr. Ose challenge the House Democratic leader who endorsed Mr. Mamdani in October after months of negotiation. I guarantee you, part of that negotiation for that endorsement was you will not endorse a challenger. You know how I know this? This is exactly what Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez did. Exactly what she did. AOC, let's see. What is it? Deal signals? Endorse challengers. I think political reported on it. Yeah, it's right here. New York Representative Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, who shocked the political world in 2018 when she unseated 10-time incumbent Joe Crowley in a heated Democratic primary, has told colleagues that the rebel life may no longer be for her. According to a report in Politico, citing 3 people familiar with the conversation, AOC has privately told elected Democrats she may not back future primary challenges to her incumbent colleagues. Since her election, AOC has been affiliated with the informal left-wing House group known as the Squad, whose members, yada yada, were also elected to office after unseating incumbents in primary challenges. Her first bid for office was backed by Justice Democrats, a progressive political action committee. Yes. Where are we at? Okay, so there you go. I mean, that's essentially it. For the oversight committee seat, she was willing to sacrifice supporting, the political movement that she helped to start within the Democratic Party. Damn. There's a political one for reference. Same thing, just shorter. Not as much fluff. Let's see. AOC privately signaled to Democrats that she might no longer back congressional primary challenges to her colleagues. According to 3 people familiar with her remarks, the question had been raised when the New York Progressive made her case in a steering and policy committee meeting for why she should be the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee. It would mark a departure from the outspoken progressive who came to Congress by primarying a Democratic leader and has also backed challenges to other sitting lawmakers since then. So essentially abandoning the movement to push the Democratic Party to the left. Mamdani's already fucking doing that. I'm sure it was part of that agreement for the endorsement. Is it in here? No, I don't think it's in here. Anywho. The disagreement. Oh wait, I do want to see if there was negotiations for that endorsement. I guess not. That's not publicly known, obviously. The disagreement caused Mr. Osei to be disinvited from Mr. Mamdani's election night watch party, according to two people familiar with the matter, even though he has been a frequent presence at Mr. Mamdani's campaign events. Instead, Mr. Osei said he spent the night with my constituents at DSA event celebrating Zohran's incredible win. Fuck. Zohran Mamdani. I love it, bro. I love it. Me encanta, cabrón. Yes. Yes, bro. Machiavellian. I love it. Be your true fucking self. There, no wonder Obama called. Obama fucking knew. He smelled that shit. Fake frauds recognize fake fucking frauds. He said, you're not on the fucking list. Look, Hassan should be fucking supporting Osei over here. They're both fucking lames that got left out of the fucking party. No VIP sections for you, motherfuckers. No free drinks. You gotta pay. God damn. That is too fucking good. That is too fucking good. You know when somebody starts fucking leaving the people they came up with. You know when the switch up fucking happens. Gotta love seeing that shit. Fuck all these fools. Yes. It's too good. It's too fucking good. Too fucking predictable. Cheesy ass fucking movie. We've seen this shit how many times? He has. Osei's been on Hassan streams. Get the fuck out. Nah, fucking lames. Bro. I was celebrating his amazing victory. Even though I got disinvited. Yeah, bro. No fucking integrity. No fucking self-respect. There's like the fucking breakthrough news in the PSL celebrating Mamdani's win. Like he's not a fucking Democrat. Mr. Mamdani on Monday sidestepped the question about Mr. Osei, saying he was solely focused on preparing for his inauguration and would keep his opinions just to the work of the transition. Mr. Osei plans to challenge Mr. Jeffries, were first reported by the New York Post. I don't care about Jeffries, but okay. For Mr. Jeffries, any primary challenge would be a distraction from his main priority of trying to lead the House Democrats into the majority. This is the New York Times over here. Makes sense. No, don't challenge him. You'll distract him. He has not run in a competitive primary since 2012. Bro. Wow. 13 years. When he first won office in Brooklyn district that encompasses gentrifying communities as well as working class black neighborhoods that tend to be more moderate, like East New York or Canarsie? No. Canarsie? There you go. I think. Canarsie? I don't know. Sounds foreign to me. All right. A spokesperson for Jeffrey said he is focused on addressing the crushing Republican healthcare crisis, combating Donald Trump's scheme to gerrymander congressional maps, and leading the effort to take back the House of Representatives in 2026. Sure. Where are we at? Mr. Mamdani and his aides have stressed that he would not simply follow, the endorsement of the local DSA chapter. Fuck out of here, bro. DSA cannot control these fucking animals for a second. You don't even have a fucking leash on them, bro. All right. Any challenger ideologically aligned with Mr. Mamdani may hope that the mayor-elect, now a national figure who can raise large sums of cash for allies, will support their campaign. But Mr. Mamdani and his aides have stressed that he would not simply follow the endorsement of the local DSA chapter and would look to back candidates who can help him deliver on his agenda. What can you do for me, motherfucker? That's what he's saying. It appears that Mr. Osei may not meet Mr. Mamdani's requirement. Gangster shit, homie. Fuck that. Oh, you thought we were homies? Oh, you thought because you're DSA and I was DSA? Nah, bro. I don't even know DSA. Mr. Osei, who was first elected at the age of 23 to the city council in 2021, did not unconditionally support Mr. Mamdani for mayor until late May. Should have kissed that sooner, homie. He initially donated to the mayoral campaign of Brandlander. Drama. The city comptroller and to State Senator Zelnor Myrie. He could not donate to Mr. Mamdani because his campaign had already maxed out on the contributions. He later told supporters to rank Mr. Mamdani number 1 on the primary ballots, one of the earliest council members to do so. All right. Not early enough, apparently. He has gained prominence for his accessible distillation of progressive policies on TikTok and Instagram. Last year, he introduced legislation which passed and took effect in June that forces many landlords to cover broker fees instead of renters. Wow. Like Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Osei will seek support from the local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, an influential organizing engine that helped local progressives like Mr. Mamdani win recent elections. But unlike Mr. Mamdani, whose membership in the group dates back to 2017, Mr. Osei's roots are not as deep. Can't trust him, so you gotta side with Jeffries. He said last month that he had recently joined the group, but as recently as 2023, he was still telling followers that he is not a DSA member, nor was endorsed by DSA. If the chapter signals that it may not endorse him, it could affect his plans to run. 2 people have spoken to him about the race. Said Mr. Osei expected to appear later this month before DSA's electoral working group, which handles congressional endorsement. I am very doubtful that they're going to endorse him. Mamdani, AOC, they hold more power over DSA than DSA can ever hold over them. Wow. Jesus. Gotta love to see it. You know what? I don't have time today because it's another fucking like hour-long watch. Tomorrow, we will be watching CJ destroy Conscious Lee. I'll make a thumbnail for that.
At any point in time, you can't never be against Zionism. I think that is preposterous, especially.
Too fucking good. And they go at it for like a solid hour. I don't think we're gonna start. Well, no, we got to see the pettiness that Consciously carries himself with, because he's trying to big bro CJ the entire time, and is so in his fucking ego, so in his fucking feelings. It's embarrassing. How do you try to big brother somebody and don't demonstrate emotional intelligence, emotional control? I'll never understand it. How are you gonna let somebody younger than you, while you're trying to be, ageist? How are you gonna let somebody younger than you, like, I'll school you like that? Let's see. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Let me find that article real quick, y'all. I don't understand it, but hey, I got a little bit more self-respect than most people, apparently. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. Hold on, chat. There we go. So we'll watch this tomorrow. I'll make the thumbnail for it today, and we'll spend like the beginning of the stream doing that. A little bit more chill, only because I'm trying to fucking, level out my head in regards to the Grand Platinum thing and the editing. Man, y'all see how much I fumble with my words sometimes? It's hard not to have to edit a bunch. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Deculturation Live is this everything here is going to stay up on Deculturation Live, so subscribe there as well. Thank you for the super chats. Memberships on YouTube are turned on. The Patreon is finally up. Once we get enough people on there, we'll start doing at least once a month, watching documentaries, doing some shit like that. But, slowly build and grow that community there. Any help, even getting busy in the chat, is appreciated. Thank y'all so much. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Yes, tú.